Good morning, everyone. We welcome you all to the British Council, Delhi, and it's great to see you all today. Before we formally kick off for the proceedings of the day, we would like to invite you, all the audience in the theatre, and all those who have joined us virtually, to respond to a quick question. Your input will help us in setting the tone for the next 2 days we will spend together. On your mobile phones, if you could go to www.mentimeter.com and enter the code that will come up on the screen and feed in your response to this question. So this is www.mentimeter.com. We've pasted that in the chat box also for our virtual audience. Enter the code that will come up on the screen and feed in your response to the question. Thank you for all those who've responded. We can see a lot of responses on the screen, requesting all of you to go to the Mentimeter website, enter the code and enter your responses. Thank you everyone for those Mentimeter responses. At the outset, allow me to begin with a few housekeeping announcements. We request everyone to be careful while using the stairs and avoid movement during the sessions. There are emergency exit doors on your left and right. In case of any emergency, please use the nearest exit door. In case of any alarm, hopefully not, please remain seated and don't panic. There will be volunteers and staff to guide you to the assembly point. Washrooms are located at the ground level outside the theatre. Lastly, to avoid any disturbances and for everyone to enjoy the sessions, please keep your mobile phones on silent and please avoid flash photography while the sessions are on. In case of any assistance, please contact the staff on duty at the registration desk. Now let's proceed with the official welcome. Good morning again. I'm Peenal Rana, Education Manager at the British Council. Dear educators, dignitaries, and guests, a very warm welcome to the British Council and CBSE School Education Conference on furthering innovation and sustainable education in schools. We are thrilled to have you all here. A special welcome to all those present in person at the British Council Theatre and to all those who have joined us virtually on the YouTube live link. The event will run until 4:30 p.m. today, with 2 refreshment breaks and a lunch break in between. We hope all of you will make the best use of the opportunity to network and actively engage in conversations and deliberations on both days of the conference. Moving on to the inaugural session for the conference, marked by the ceremonial lighting of the lamp, may I now invite the following dignitaries to join us on stage for the symbolic act. Mr. Sanjay Kumar, Secretary, Department of School Education and Literacy. We welcome you, sir. Alison Barrett, MBE, Director, India, British Council. Ms. Nidhi Chibbar, IAS Chairperson, CBSE. Mr. Himanshu Gupta, Secretary, School Education, CBSE. Dr. Joseph Emmanuel, Director, Academic, CBSE. And Ritika Chanda Paruk, MBE, Director, Education, British Council. I request all of you to please come on stage for the lamp lighting. Can we have a round of applause for them? Thank you, everyone. May I request all of you to please remain on the stage and request Alison to hand over a small token of appreciation to all our esteemed dignitaries on the stage. Fatima, if you could just hand over the... Thank you. Mr. Sanjay Kumar, we welcome you, sir. Ms. Nidhi Chibbar, we welcome you, ma'am. Mr. Joseph Emmanuel, we welcome you, sir. Mr. Himanshu Gupta, we welcome you, sir. Thank you all. Requesting Alison and Mr. Sanjay Kumar to remain on the stage and request all other dignitaries to take your seat in the theatre. Sure. Alison and Sanjay, sir, please take your seat on the stage. Thank you so much, everyone. I now invite Alison Barrett, Director, India British Council, to deliver the welcome address. Alison.
Thank you very much, Pinal. Good morning, everyone. आप लोग से मिलकर बहुत खुशी हुई. British Council में स्वागत है. Thank you so much for coming and joining us this morning. My name's Alison Barrett. I'm the Director of the British Council here in India, and it gives me great pleasure to welcome all of you here this morning for this exciting conference in partnership with CBSE on furthering innovation and sustainability in schools. I'm delighted as well to welcome our special guests. Thank you so much, Mr. Sanjay Kumar, Secretary, Department of School Education and Literacy, for joining us here this morning. Thank you also to Ms. Nidhi Chibba, Chairperson, CBSE, to Mr. Himanshu Gupta, Secretary, CBSE, to Mr. Joseph Emmanuel, Director, Academics from CBSE, and also to Ms. Prachi Pandey, Joint Secretary, Institutions and Training Bureau, who I believe will be joining us here tomorrow. So I'm delighted also to say that we are joined this week by my colleague Helena Tinker. Helena, do you want to wave at everyone? Helena is the British Council's Head of Environment globally. She's come here directly from COP28, and we're really delighted that you're here with us this week. Thank you so much for coming. Very happy also that my colleague Michael Holgate, who's Deputy Director for the British Council, do you want to give a wave, Michael? Is here with us in the audience this morning. And of course, I have to say a special mention to Ritika, our colleague who's Director of Education for the British Council. We call Ritika now Ritika MBE because she was recently awarded an honorary MBE for her services to education in India and the UK. So thank you so much, Ritika, for all of your work and helping us get here today. So we are the British Council. I think many of you know us. We are joined this morning by over 200 educators and teachers here in Delhi and around 4,000 CBSE schools joining us online. So let's give a quick wave to all the schools online. Hi, everybody. Nice to see you. Thanks for joining us. We are really delighted to be here because this is an absolutely critical time for the topic. COP28 has just finished. The international community has committed to a transition away from fossil fuels to a more renewable future. And it's absolutely critical that we support our young people in that journey. And what better way than doing that than through education? I keep saying this, but sometimes repetition is really good for us when we want to bring about a change. We need to stop thinking about the crisis as a climate crisis, and we need to think about it as an educational crisis and a cultural crisis. And if we do that, then hopefully we'll start to think about solutions that will really make a difference. We need human solutions, not just scientific ones or technical ones. We need human solutions that will really help us bring about a change in our thinking, our mindsets, and our behaviours, and prepare young people for a future that requires us to adapt, mitigate, and make sure that we're ready for whatever climate impacts may come, but also hopefully try and stop some of the worst ones from happening at all. The British Council has a long history of addressing climate change through the arts, through education, and through English. Our Climate Connection programme, launched in the year of COP26, builds on this by providing new opportunities for young people, policymakers, artists, scientists, early career researchers, teachers, students, young people in general, to come together to find creative and collaborative solutions to climate change. So while you're here, please have a look at our exhibition outside, and you can pose for the planet in our selfie booth, put any ideas or suggestions or learnings on social media, and please tag us, CBSE_official or IN British. There are hashtags around the place, so let's try and get the word out and build a movement and some excitement around the event today. So through our schools work globally, just the schools strand of our work engaged 6,374 schools, 18,000 teachers, and in 80 countries. But of course, the work that we're doing here in partnership with CBSE dwarfs all of that, because together we'll be working with the 28,000 CBSE schools across India, impacting on more than 3 million students just in India alone. So the UK's Department for Education launched a climate and sustainability strategy a couple of years ago. And of course, the India government is doing the same with the National Education Policy 2020 and the National Curriculum Framework 23. And Joyce, who's from UNESCO, who's here with us as well, somewhere in the audience, hi Joyce, who recently launched a really exciting report, Climate Education Seeds of Change, which we were really proud to support, highlighted that the National Curriculum Framework mentions climate education 54 times. So that shows how important this topic is for both India and the UK. Our role is to bring people together, to act as a catalyst for change, to try and stimulate thinking and ideas so that we can make a difference together. So our partnership with CBSE is really exciting. We're incredibly proud to be working with you for another 5 years, building on the 5 years we've already worked on together, and really strengthening whole school transformation, innovation and sustainability. So I really look forward to hearing from all of you, from learning from all of you. Thank you so much for taking the time to come here for this important discussion. Thank you also to my colleagues, too many to mention, but in particular Raj, Anu, Pinal, Arushi. Arushi's one year old in the organisation today. Thank you so much for everything that you've done to make us get here on time and to ensure that we have a fruitful time together. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Alison. Next, we have Mr. Sanjay Kumar, Secretary of the Department of School Education and Literacy, delivering the keynote address, shedding light on prioritizing innovation and quality education in schools. Sanjay, sir.
Thank you. Ms. Alison Barry, who's heading the British Council in India. My colleague, Ms. Nidhi Chabba, Chairperson CBSE. We've just been joined by Secretary CBSE, Himanshu. He just joined us yesterday. So Himanshu, good to see you. I can see Joyce here from UNESCO, Ritika from British Council, our colleagues from the British Council, all the principals of CBSE school who have joined us this morning, and all the principals and students who have joined us through video conferencing, and I'm told there are 4,000 of them, so that's a huge number. I'm happy to be here this morning, and thank you for this invite. You know, my hometown is Patna, and we used to have a small British Council library there. And it shut down in the 90s. And I guess all of us we almost grieved at the idea of British Council Library moving out of the city. We have a very long association, not only with British Council, but the India and Britain go back together. A very long time, and we have a very long, complex history. And like all close relationships, the closer you get, the more complex it becomes. And on different days, you discover different things. And as India is evolving as a country, as a nation, and also the fact that as we are maturing, more and more people are joining the public discourse, and everyone finds greater value or greater issues in the kind of a relationship the two countries have evolved. But the fact of the matter is that here I am in front of you, and I'm speaking in English. And I think in India, in terms of numbers, more people speak English than anywhere else in the world. Maybe after US would probably surpass us in the numbers. Language is so important, sometimes we don't quite realize to what extent it affects us and the kind of thought processes we have. And as I'm growing up and I'm realizing and learning the complexity of the language, at times I don't know what to say. And if you'd permit me, let me give you an example. We use the word secular. And if you look at the Indian preamble of the Indian Constitution, we also use the word secular there. The secular is a very prominent word which is there. But then when you look at the Hindi word for secular, it is called dharma nirpekshata. And the way the word secular has evolved over a long period of time, I think Magna Carta was signed in 1215. And this tussle between the church and the state, that took almost about 800-900 years, and it is still continuing. Complete separation of the church and the state. Whereas the Indian secular, the way you translate it in your own language, it means something different. It means I do not have a specific religion to favor. I am favorable towards all religion. But the meaning of secular is something very different. And there are so many words, and I think when you start translating from one language to the other, or when you borrow words, and in a world which is becoming more and more interconnected, and we keep using all kinds of words which have been coming from very different languages, it becomes more complex. And this complexity has to be somehow put into the minds of our children that there are no white and there are no black. In between white and black lies a great expanse of gray. And we all must learn to coexist there and find our own meaning, our own values, and respect the value and meaning held by others which may be very different from ours. And I guess that is what being civilized is. And we are all embarked on a journey of civilization. And I think what is the strongest input which is going into making one civilized, and that is the kind of an education system we have. It's education which makes us understand the complex world we live in, have the kind of a relationship with nature, try and understand nature, try and understand sociology. It's all there, and it's so important for all of us. I think over the years, the way technology has crept into our system is also now, it has reached a critical mass. And I often say that we are at a cusp. Gutenberg may have published a book in 1453, and for the last 450 years, we evolved an education system which was based on books, printed books. Now we are moving away from it. And when we are moving away from it, we need to do it very carefully. And how do you get it right the very first time? That's a very difficult question to answer, but many of us who are in the education system, and now we are talking and looking at technology and the way technology can be used to disseminate and educate, that's a complex solution, and we are finding solution for it. And we're very happy that we and the British Council, we are talking about it, and we are trying to find common solution for that. When you read a book, and when you hear a podcast, when you hear a lecture, at all times, different parts of the brain are involved in it. And how you imbibe knowledge also changes with the medium of instruction. This, as educationists, as principals, we have to understand. So that is one point. The second point I want to say is that we live in a very complex world, and climate change is staring us into our face. And I think in our own lifetime, we have seen the change in weather. 1980s, when I came to Delhi for the first time, the kind of weather Delhi had, today it has completely changed. And the world over, it has changed. And we are working with different agencies to incorporate the kind of climate change which affects every walk of our life, and to a very large extent is determined by the way we behave towards nature. And sometimes back, I was there with UNESCO, and we released a book as to how climate change is going to be incorporated in the Indian textbooks. The National Education Policy 2020 is there. In pursuance to that, we've got a national curriculum framework for school education. We are constructing books. Hopefully, these books will start coming out in the market very soon. And we need to bring in climate change at appropriate grades and at appropriate level of understanding. And it's extremely important that our children understand what is changing the weather and how we are going to live and coexist with nature in a manner that we don't quite get out of it. I always say this, that there's a fair amount of hubris amongst us. We think that we can change the climate and yet survive, and yet we don't realize that we are part of nature. So how come when you are part of nature, you think that you'll be able to engineer nature and yet survive? We have to live with it, we have to coexist with it, and then this humbleness in thought processes will have to be brought in. And this humbleness needs to be communicated amongst our children. So a lot of things, and I'm very happy that we are talking about innovation, we are talking about understanding climate change, we are trying to leverage technology to reach out to our students. And while we do all these things, there are so many challenges. When you talk about technology, then there is digital divide. We are a large country, we are a complex country, and a large part of our children are out of school or in the manner we would not want them to be. CBSE runs 28,000 of the best schools in the country. And I always feel that I come from a very privileged background. I've gone to the right schools, I've had good teachers who've always guided me and counseled me. I only wish that this good privilege gets communicated to every child in the country. And if you can do that, then I think we've done our job well. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you, Mr. Kumar. That was really enriching. Moving on to the next segment of the conference, we will have the impact report presentation of the CBE project. Alison and Mr. Sanjay, if I could request you, please take your seats back in the theater. Thank you. In 2019, British Council and CBSE initiated a partnership project aimed at strengthening assessment practices in CBSE schools. The focus was on delivering high-quality, competency-based education by improving learning and assessment practices in science, maths, and English reading at the secondary school level, that is for classes 6 to 10. To better understand the impact of this program, ECTIS UK is currently conducting an impact study, and we have with us Rebecca Cruz, Interim Head of Consultancy Projects, ECTIS UK, to present a few initial trends from the ongoing study. Inviting Rebecca to come up and take the floor.
Thank you, and very good morning to everyone who's here today and who's joining us online as well. Can I just start by saying what an absolute privilege it is to be here. Thank you. Yes, it's an absolute privilege, especially a big thank you to British Council India and to CBSE for the invite to be here in person, seeing so many of you and so many faces in the crowd to talk about something I'm incredibly passionate about. So as Pinel said, my name is Rebecca. I'm Interim Head of Consultancy Projects at ECTIS. just to give you a bit of a context of what ECTIS is, we provide high-quality solutions and services in international education, especially around recognition of qualifications and skills. We have a long track record of working in education with 250 plus projects and a 20 sort of year track record around research, consultancy, and provision of services in education. And you may have heard of us by a number of different names. So if you've heard of UK NARIC or UK ENIC, these are contracts that we've delivered on behalf of the UK government for since 1994 at this stage. So that's a little bit about us. We've been working with British Council India for a long time as well, and we conducted a number of projects around teaching, curriculum, learning, best practices in sort of teacher communities of practice. And I have the pleasure today to be talking about the CBSE CBE project that we've been carrying out or helping to carry out with British Council India and CBSE. So, as Pinal said, the main focus of the project was to help us move from a rote learning system of education towards a competency-based education system focused on skills as opposed to rote learning. The project focused on three main pillars, as you can see there. So around teaching, around development, and system level change, because we can do a lot of things in sort of the teaching level and a lot of things on the assessment level, but if we don't change mindsets at a system level, then we can't maintain this change in the long run, which is what we require. The project has had 3 stages. We've started with a readiness study back in 2019. We conducted this under what was called UK NARIC at the time, and we reviewed the system, the Standard X system for readiness. So how ready was the Standard X system to adopt a competency-based approach to education? And back then, we developed, looking at best practices internationally on competency-based education, we developed what were called CBE principles around curriculum, assessment, teaching, and learning. And I promise I won't go through all of them, but there's some I want to sort of point out. So if we think about what competency-based education is, and I think at some point during the conference you'll be asked what that means to you. What came out from international research was that it is all about a system that is equitable and accessible. It's about a system that looks at developing these competencies and these skills that are necessary for the future of our children, to create interactive and more practice-based learning, to develop these hardware thinking skills, to look at continuous assessment that was so popular earlier in the Mentimeter sort of approach that we had and the question that we had earlier, basically making sure that the curriculum has the relevant and appropriate depth and breadth in terms of content that is taught. So the system itself, back then when we reviewed it, we noticed a lot of strengths already. So there was a strong theoretical content base. So the system, your system, the Indian education system, had a strong theoretical content base to prepare students for further study. It also had some features of an outcomes-based syllabus, and teachers, generally speaking, had a positive sort of perception around the curriculum and the use of continuous assessment, as we saw earlier as well. There were also some key challenges, and this is what the report sort of brought about. There was a limited capacity at the time to deliver, for teachers to deliver and provide outcomes-based delivery. There was a broad spectrum of school and student backgrounds, needs, and abilities, and this stands to this day, as you well know. There was variation in teacher marking practices and absence of standardization. So in some cases, there was very good practice evidence, but this was not consistent across the whole system, and this is what we need to sort of focus on. And there was a general lack of awareness around what competency-based education meant. And again, I think we've been building this awareness over the years, since 2019 and previously. There was also some perceived resistance to competency-based education from people in the system, because we're resistant to change and we want to move towards something better, but that takes time and takes resources and it takes effort. So Based on that study, CBSE and British Council India worked to develop a number of resources and a number of activities and teacher training. It worked with a range of organizations in the UK as well. Cambridge, we've got Dominique here today, welcome, but also University of Bath and Alpha Plus, to put together a wide range of sort of resources and training focused on competency-based education. And again, I won't go into all of them, but there were a lot of resources in terms of sample lesson plans, an item bank that teachers can draw from with over 1,600 items, a competency-based education framework for classes 6 to 10, which you may be familiar with, a lot of teacher training, some direct training focusing on with assessment designers and test item writers, direct training with master trainers and mentors who were then cascading that training to other teachers in the country, over 2,000 teachers in the country at the time. And also training of CBSE leadership and other senior leaders in the system to make sure that these changes are propagated and they remain and continue into the future. So that brought us to the second stage of the project. So ECTIS was involved in monitoring and evaluating the full sort of project. We looked at, or the question was really, how well is the project sort of embedding these CBE principles into the system, and what can we do to continue with this change and transformative change, generally speaking. So at the time, again, we reviewed the project, and there were a lot of positive outcomes coming out of it. So generally speaking, the project itself and competency-based education became more positively perceived by the system. So as the project was implemented, most stakeholders, teachers, mentors, senior leadership came on board with this idea of competency-based education, which is really fantastic to see. The new assessment framework that was developed at the time, it was reflecting these CBE principles, as were the teacher training that was provided. So this knowledge of CBE was becoming more integrated and embedded into the system, which is great. And there was a significant appetite for further training and guidance on CBE, which is, again, really great to see. There were also some gaps. And so, generally speaking, at the time when we reviewed the project, there was still a limited embeddedness of equity and inclusivity in the system itself. There were some remaining knowledge gaps. Again, very understandable. The training was short-term, and we can't change the world with 3 days of training. But I think I'll change your mind in a second when I say that. And then some CBE principles were better understood than others. Again, completely understandable. There was scope for greater dissemination of the training. Again, we want this training to reach everyone, not just a few. And the resources in CBE as well, so exactly the same thing. And then some systematic challenges that were still ongoing. I was talking this morning about this, and the urban and rural divide that still exists and is still, as we were hearing earlier, there's still this gap in sort of access to training, to resources in rural areas. So that was very clear from the research. And the mindsets towards CBE had changed generally, but there was still a lot of resistance. And again, this is something that's come up a lot during our conversations this morning, so I do want to hear more from the audience. So the recommendations that we made were at 3 different levels. System level, around gender inequality and inclusion, and CBE training and guidance. At system level, we've been talking about this, and I think we'll come back to this, and Dominique will definitely come back to this later, but quality assurance mechanisms to ensure that the quality of the resources that were produced, the items that were produced, the assessment framework that was produced, the assessment that teachers produce at local level and school level are of high quality, and that this quality is maintained, and that we have consistency across schools, which is something we're trying to address. To have a clear roadmap for implementation of CBE into the country. So teachers need to know where they stand, where they're going, where CBE comes into all of this. So having a very clear map to how that's going to pan out. And then wider dissemination of training, best practices and resources across the system. At the gender inclusivity level, embedding gender equality principles and best practices in the system, and enhancing the participation of those groups that do not necessarily have access to that training, as I was saying before. And at CBE training and guidance level, making sure that all teachers are trained on CBE, developing further guidance on CBE and training, and further contextualizing the training and guidance to make sure it's relevant to everyone. So sorry that was a little bit long, but I wanted to give you the full context of where we're sort of, what got us to today. What's happening at the moment is we're conducting this post-project impact evaluation study. We're looking at what the impact of this project, initiatives, resources has been in the long run, 1.5 years down the line. So what do teachers think about everything that was sort of created, the training they took, the resources they had, and what are the gaps potentially at the moment still to make sure that CBE is further embedded into the system. So those were our aims. What we've done is conduct surveys with every single, so all the types of training that were conducted. We talked to teachers. We had a survey as well with senior education leaders, a survey and interviews with CBSE senior staff, and an evaluation of the training materials that were provided to teachers. And that brings us to this, which is really what I wanted to show you today. Sorry, my mouth is really dry. So, what are teachers saying about what the training that they've received? I think this speaks for itself, really. The amount of people that agree or strongly agree that the training that they received had changed their lives in some way is absolutely fascinating. So the majority, if you see the orange and the blue put together, that is agree and strongly agree with things like the training that I received changed my mindset about CBE. So what we were saying before, changing mindsets and adopting an approach that, believing that CBE is the way forward. The amount of people that say that the training has caused that is absolutely staggering. Then there are more teachers in schools, teachers that took the training are part of, developing these CBE materials and implementing CBE in their classrooms and in their teaching practices. The amount of people that agree with this is, again, absolutely staggering. People saying that they've started to become more autonomous and independent when designing and implementing CBE pedagogies and assessment. Again, strongly agree. But what I think really covers this I guess, in their own words, what teachers are saying is that this training has changed their lives and the way they teach. So from the item writers and assessment designers training, for example, I'll just read this out. I have started designing items with more care, using appropriate command words to elicit proper responses, using proper verbs as per the Bloom's taxonomy to assess higher-order thinking skills and develop these critical thinking skills. So again, it has changed their approach to how they design assessments, how they design items. One of the key changes I've implemented is a more systemic and intentional approach to assessment design. The training emphasized the importance of aligning assessments with learning objectives and instructional methods. Again, not something we could see always before. As a result, I now carefully plan and design assessments to ensure they accurately reflect what students are expected to learn. Again, we're looking at these CBE principles being embedded into item writing and assessment design. And beyond that, at sort of the master trainers and mentors level, I've become more open and accepting to diverse types of learners and their need for different methods of teaching. So again, it's changed mindsets. It's changed how teachers in the classroom look at their own students, how they feel about their own students, how they feel about their teaching practices and the way students learn. The change has been incorporated in classrooms as well as in pedagogies. The pedagogies are student-centric, focusing on development of competencies. The teaching focuses ensuring the teaching focuses on ensuring the work on concepts rather than factual content. Again, a move from rote learning towards a more sort of concept-based approach to learning and teaching. And teaching as a concept has also moved beyond the walls of the classroom, but in the environment which will inculcate the development of competencies. Again, a lot of positive changes. So what I'm trying to say is the evaluation itself has come up with very, very positive trends. The project has also developed additional resources following recommendations from our reports. They've developed, British Council has worked with CBSE to develop inclusive pedagogy training and progression in core skills training, which is now accessible to everyone on an online MOOC. It was first addressed at 400 teachers in inclusive pedagogy and 488 high school teachers in progression in core skills and training, but is now accessible to everyone. And from these preliminary results, because this study is ongoing, what we've seen is that the CBE knowledge has increased dramatically, as the knowledge on inclusive pedagogy training, on inclusive pedagogies, on core skills. And teachers say that they feel, 89% of teachers say that they feel confident in applying what they've learned in the classroom. So again, changes in mindsets, changes in teaching and assessment practices, increased CBE knowledge, increased awareness of best practice, more CBE resources and training tools are available to everyone, increased confidence and improved leadership skills, and increased peer learning and knowledge sharing amongst teachers. So huge amounts of positive change. There's still some gaps, as you all know. There's still limited protected time for teachers for professional development, and this comes up a lot in the surveys. Teachers feel that they have to complete the curriculum instead of having some time protected for their own professional development. So this needs addressing. Resources and training are not yet being accessed by all, as we were saying before, and this is, again, one of the biggest challenges that we've got. How do we access those rural communities? How do we make sure those resources are being accessed by everyone and the full learning community as opposed to just a few? And there's, to an extent, still some limitations in terms of the follow-up training and support and guidance that teachers have. Again, a lot of positive changes from a very short training, 3 days, 4 days of training, but we need a little bit more. We need the next step, we need the follow-up training that comes and follows that, and guidance to make sure that teachers are prepared to address challenging areas such as students with learning sort of difficulties and disabilities, practice-based teaching, more best practice in subject-specific examples of teaching materials, and maintaining this vibrant teacher community of practice to continue developing, discussing, and sharing practices is very challenging. So how can we do that? There's also these systematic challenges that remain. There's still mindsets to be changed. There's still resistance to be addressed. We need to make sure that the training and resources are reaching all, and we need to make sure there's buy-in from school leaders and from the senior leadership level, because they can set the tone for teachers locally to then follow suit and make change together. And finally, there's this need for continuous monitoring and quality assurance. So making sure that whatever is produced and the resources we have, that the best practices we have are propagated, and that we know what is good and what isn't so good, that we address, and we keep monitoring and finding gaps and continuing to address them into the future to embed CBE into the system further. So overall, what I've tried to say is there's a big, continuous, systematic system of change. We go from research and identification of gaps. So we started with this readiness study looking at what are the gaps in the system. Then we designed these interventions to then address those gaps or try to fill some of those gaps in any case. And then we keep monitoring these and evaluating these activities to make sure that we continue to identify those gaps and address them. So the question I pose to you at this stage, while we're still ongoing, while the study is still ongoing, and it will be coming out at the beginning of 2024, but the question I pose to you today, and please do come and talk to me and my colleague Ellie when you can, is how can we change these? How can we address these gaps? How can we best tackle these gaps? And you are the solution, because you know what the problems are and you know how to best fix them. So come and tell us, and these are things, we will produce recommendations, but they are a lot better when we have your input. So we want to hear from you, and I invite everyone to please come and speak to us during today and tomorrow, and getting in touch with myself and my colleague Ellie, because we really want to hear from you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Rebecca. That was informative and very encouraging to see some good positive trends developing on the study. We look forward to receiving the final report in the beginning of 2024. Continuing our program, we are honored to present an insightful conversation between Alison Barrett and Ms. Nidhi Chipper. Together, they will provide valuable insights on topics like curriculum, pedagogy, assessments, environment, and climate education. To manage this enlightening session, I kindly invite Ritika to join Alison and Ms. Nidhi on the stage to facilitate this conversation. Over to you, Ritika.
Thank you very much, Peenal. And thank you to Alison and Nidhi ma'am for joining us today. And for all the audience, I hope that we'll be able to ask them questions that you've been thinking about asking them. But what I liked best about today was Sanjay sir's mentioning how complex relationships are, and the word complex featured quite a bit in his very stimulating presentation a little earlier during the keynote address. So my question to you, Alison, is that the one complex thing that we are addressing is climate and all the ramifications of the change in climate. So do you want to tell us a bit about what the British Council is doing overall in that sense, and how do you see us engaging in this area in schools going forward?
Thanks. Thanks very much, Ritika. You can hear me? Okay, thank you. So, as I said at the beginning, the British Council has been working to support climate through arts, education and language for many years. But we really ramped up our efforts when the UK took on the presidency of COP26. And I was very fortunate to be tasked with, well, maybe it was fortunate, maybe not, but I was very fortunate to be tasked with leading that work for the British Council globally in my last post. And what I thought was the most important thing for us to do was to respond to the demands that we were getting from young people around the world, who all said they thought the most critical issue that we should be addressing was climate. Second most critical issue, by the way, was unemployability, so just so you know. But we, rather than design something bespoke, I wanted to really just amplify the work that we were already doing with some incredible partners who have specific technical expertise in this area. Our expertise is in bringing about pedagogical change, working in partnership and building international collaborations which support systemic change in different ways, building opportunities for knowledge to flow from the UK to India and from India to the UK. So it was our sort of purpose to really create more opportunities for that to happen. Our work in India is really indicative of that. So if you think about our work in the arts, for example, in the arts we've decided to focus on sustainable fashion and sustainability, and we're learning from the incredible indigenous practices and sustainable practices in India that exist, you know, all over the country, and using those learnings to help build knowledge and understanding in the UK. So we've just launched a new grant called the New Landscapes Grant, which enables young and small, medium enterprises in India to access funding to take research and innovation they're already doing to scale, and to enable us in the UK to learn from those experiences. So that's one example in the arts. In education, our work is to really support opportunities for both systems, India and the UK, to learn from each other as we grapple with the challenges of embedding climate sustainability issues into curricula. So that's the main priority for us.
Thank you so much. And you know, it's fitting that you mention that we aren't really experts in in thing, but we're really experts in bringing people together. And so we are forever grateful to our different partners, those that we work with, who bring the richness of knowledge into anything that we do, because it's such a complex problem. We aren't going to solve it. Nobody, no country, no people are going to solve it by themselves in that sense. So Nidhi ma'am, we were looking forward to hearing from you about CBSE's kind of efforts in bringing this issue into the classroom and creating awareness and supporting the understanding on any kind of, if you can tell us about any innovation or any ideas that you think we might be doing or will do in the future that you'd like to see us do. Anyway, you'd like us.
CBSE has had a very long history of promoting sustainable living and environment protection in its schools. I think the eco clubs in our schools are one of the most vibrant clubs, and I've been around exhibitions where schools have put up their efforts on how they are trying to protect the environment in their own way. We have very good schools who have adopted this net zero approach of conserving everything, not throwing away anything, recycling. I've seen them collaborating with the local industry entrepreneurs to take plastics to them, get benches and flower pots. Someone gifted me a flower pot. So the realization is already a lot in schools, and as you said, our new curriculum is coming up. So the way we bring in the challenges of climate change and the importance of how to manage it, how to prevent further degradation will be much more reinforced when we bring it into the curriculum, because that is the kind of sustainable learning that children do more than these activities which they generally do.
Are you able to hear, ma'am, at the back? Yeah. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Slightly louder this.
Yeah, so we recently launched this Shunya audit, which we are trying to give a methodology to the schools to understand where they stand in environmental protection and sustainable living. So that is a framework which we have just released, and we would be further working with the schools to strengthen this stream of action.
Thank you very much, ma'am. In fact, one of my most favorite experience of, because I've spent a long time in, fostering school-to-school partnership, was a partnership with a school. So this is one place where the rural, urban thing was there. So this is one of the very few rural schools that linked up with a school in the UK to look at sustainable practice. And this school was in Bakshi Ka Talab near Lucknow. So it's a slightly, in an area which is not the typical affluent, metropolis kind of an area. And the UK school came into the partnership thinking that they would be, doing a lot of, sharing a lot of ideas about, how they would preserve things like crayons and other things that are left over, and came and found, because of the frugal nature of the school, they actually had a lot to learn, and some of the ideas with which they came in weren't working. So I think there's a great deal of synergy to be brought about by school-to-school partnerships, even within the country, in different parts as well as with all parts of the world. So I think that's something that we would like to see coming on in the future. So Alison, any other new projects that you'd like to tell us about in that sense?
Thanks very much, Ritika. So I think that's the power of international collaboration, creating opportunities for those schools and children and principals to come together and to learn from each other. And I've seen some of the most powerful impact coming out of those discussions and collaborations. So there's a school principal, I don't know if Mira is here today, I haven't seen her actually, a school that worked with us around 10 years ago on a school-to-school partnership, which started with a project between the UK school and the Indian school. It's still running 12, 15 years later. And every year, teachers and students come from the UK to India. They spend time with the students, and they do project work together. And this is a really important way of changing perceptions as well, which is one of the stages that you need to go through to sort of change mindsets. It's a really great opportunity for young people to have an international experience and to really think differently about their own world and the own choices that they're making. Quite often we think that climate change needs to be embedded into schools where perhaps resources are low or there are challenges, but actually it's the wealthier kids, like my own kids, who don't turn the AC off, for example, or who need to think differently. It's also really, really important to think about ways of building that intercultural competence and intercultural skills and knowledge. So we did a study last year called The Big Conversation with LSE, one of the UK's universities. And that study showed that children who have had an international exposure or international experience and have built those intercultural skills are more likely to make decisions for the betterment of the world rather than just their local community.
Yeah.
So thinking about, okay, the decision I make here in my small village in Dorset in England, which is where I'm from, is going to impact somebody living in a remote part of Lucknow, for example, and then they might make decisions differently. So that international experience is really important.
Thank you. Ma'am, I wanted to ask you, because you lead a huge organization and we have lots of leaders here. So, is there a top tip that you have for, system leaders as well as for institutional leaders on how to kind of embed the mindset within the institution in that sense? So, any kind of tip that you'd like to share about?
I think the best way for a leader to lead is by example. You include those practices in your daily life, in your interaction with your teachers and students, and let them see the way you are living, the way you are trying to protect the environment, the way you are trying to go in for sustainable development of the school, the community, the time when they are with you, if they see you following all those principles, that is, I think, the best way you inspire them to follow these principles of climate change and anything for that matter. Right?
Thank you so much. Thank you for your contribution today. Do we have time for a question? Or we don't? Okay. Thank you. But we do have an opportunity for questions, and please interact through the Mentimeters as the questions come up. The idea is that use every break, every kind of gap to interact and engage. We'll also have breakout sessions. So all the people in the room are not going to be sitting here shut up all through the day listening to people speak. I'm sure they're going to be very excited about the next phase. But thank you for setting it in motion through this inaugural session. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Nidhi, Alison, and Ritika. Next up, we have the presentation of the Scoping Study Report by Cambridge University Press and Assessments. I will invite Dominique Slade, Head of Education Content and Solutions, Cambridge Partnership for Education, and Preeti Hingorani, Vice President, Education Reform, Cambridge, on stage for this session. While they are setting up, allow me to give you a quick background about the Scoping Study. In March this year, the British Council and CBSE entered into a 5-year partnership to enhance the teaching, learning, and assessment practices in grades 6 to 10 with a special focus on the practical aspects of all subjects. This builds on the existing partnership work with CBSE on strengthening assessment practices. This new partnership also includes a second strand, which work on developing and promoting environmentally sustainable principles and practices in CBSE schools. One of the first activities of this new partnership initiative is the Scoping Study, which was commissioned by Cambridge University Press and Assessment. This study will give you a more insight into the methods currently used in the classrooms, any gaps and potential areas for improvement. I now hand over to Dominic and Preeti to take us through the Scoping Study Report.
Thank you very much, Peter. And I would say it's an absolute delight and a pleasure for all of us to be here and join you join you all today. Dominique and myself have this opportunity to take you through the work that we have been doing with the CBSE and British Council. And we do feel really honored to be a part of this journey as we transform from rote learning to competency-based education nationwide. So what I'll start with is I'll give you a little bit of context of where we're coming from. So I do hope that as part of University of Cambridge, we have had the opportunity to touch each other's life in some ways or the other. Here's the University of Cambridge, and Cambridge University Present Assessment is a non-teaching department. And today, the part that Dominique and I are representing sits in the International Education Group, where we work with educators like yourselves, the governments across the world, to ensure that we're able to share successes and our knowledge of understanding of education globally. So this part that Dominique and I are from, the Partnership for Education, we work very closely with governments and international development organizations like the British Council now. A little bit more, so we're working across the world. We have offices worldwide, a very well-developed office in India, around 250 odd colleagues here, and 70 plus countries where we partner in. We have the opportunity to touch many lives, and we're really proud that we have achieved reaching out to millions of learners. Some numbers are up here, and we do hope that together we will be able to do so much more in India together with all of you. So as Pinal said, this scoping study the genesis of it is, we know there is the NEP, we know India is on the journey of education reform. As CBSE and British Council pave out the way for how to embed more quality in CBE within the country, they engaged us, and Cambridge is really honored to be a part of this, where we did the scoping study that how we can enhance the quality in the system, which sets the tone of the design that comes forward from now on. So talking about what our role was, what this study really brings to all of us is, we were looking at what's the expectation from what we call as CBE, from teaching, learning, and assessment. So we had the opportunity to engage with school leaders, with teachers, with learners, to get their perspective on what's working very well, what are still the current challenges, and then analyze it from the depth with our understanding of education systems and the reform across the world, to make recommendations that were what we could do better. And an independent assessment of the current classroom practices was taken up in 5 different states. And this was a mix of private as well as government schools. So you see, we've mentioned here the key 5 states that we were in. We were in Chandigarh, we were in Delhi, Gangtok in Sikkim, Vadodara in Gujarat, and Vijayawada in Andhra Pradesh. This was the representation that was for this bit of the scoping study. And the research framework was designed to ensure that we were able to draw out on what is the expectations that we see in the policy documents, which most of us here have gone through it in detail. What's the guidance and key messaging from within this? How is in-service teacher training working? Teaching and learning resources that have been made available to teachers and students in the classroom, and a variety of current practices. We were looking at the teaching approaches, we looked at assessment, we looked at the practical activities, field work that was there. Climate change, as has been spoken about, is such an important and key element of all the work that has to be done, so that the current practices that are already there for sustainability and climate change in schools, as well as we touched upon inclusion and gender sensitivity that we see in schools across CBSE. Having said that, to give you a flavor of how the data was really collected, so we had the chance to meet with school leaders. The school leaders were interviewed, approximately 30 of them. Many of the learners came forward, and the opportunity was to engage with them in focus group around the research framework that we had. We had teachers contributing in person for focus group discussions, as well as with a lot of online surveys that we did have. When we went to schools, we had the opportunity to also audit the kind of facilities the schools had available that could render them very well for competency-based education in their schools. We looked at the teaching learning material, and as well as, of course, we did look at a lot of online surveys around that. This data was then collected and, of course, analyzed based on our experience and expertise, and we've come up with recommendations. Approximately 23 of them. Dominique will take us through them as the expert who's been recommending things that we could do more. But before we get into that, I would officially call out for you to look at your mobile phones and help with your response to this simple question on the Mentimeter. So what does competency-based education mean to you? One word, two words, and if you could we could use the next 1 minute for that. Fantastic. Our responses are really going up. We have 57. And, oh, very interesting.
Yes.
Great. Thank you so much. I think we will get a record of this, so we'll keep accessing it time and again. But that sets a great note for us to bring the attention now to what the findings has been. And for that, I invite Dominique. Dominique, would you want to step in?
Hello, good morning. It's a real privilege to be here this morning presenting the summary and the findings of the report. It will be quite a quick summary because the report is quite rich, so I'll try to cover all of the main points. Quite interesting seeing all of the words that are associated with that, and actually this reflects what we found as the first part of the research, is that there are many different understandings of what competence-based education means. Just looking at the words are coming, there is one that is more recurrent. I think that I've seen the word skilled appearing quite regularly around that, but there are also other ideas, the holistic, full development, relevance. So all of those keywords show that there is an understanding of what competence-based learning is and is about, but there is a diversity of understanding of what are the key elements. So that will be part of some of the findings that we'll be talking about. And so I will start talking, and that's a good segue into the beginning of what I will be talking about. But before I talk about the policy expectation and comprehension of key terms, I wanted to have a little bit going through our methodology and how we've approached this research, this scoping research study, which is the approach whether we do very large system level analysis, which we sometimes do, or a more targeted piece of research as we have done in this project. We always look at the whole system. And if we want to understand, and the remit of our research was to understand what was happening at school level and whether what the intentions of the policy are actually happening and being delivered in the schools. You need to look at the whole system. You need to understand exactly what the intentions are so that you can see whether they are there. But also, what we were looking at is whether there were gaps, whether there were some issues, and identify so we could provide recommendations. So the whole system, when you have the intended curriculum, is the policy, the vision document, the aims. And in your country, this is the National Education Policy, which was published in 2020. And then there are many layers throughout between the intentions of the government and what is happening in the classroom. There are many, many, many filters and different interpretations, and that's where you can start having discrepancies, and in the end you can have something that's not exactly what you planned. But then once you have the intentions, they are articulated in the National Curriculum Framework for School Education. We can see that took 3 years to develop, but it's a comprehensive document that explains what it means, how those intentions can actually be translated in practical terms. In schools, it covers all subjects, it covers all different grades, etc. So to give you an idea, if you're familiar, the NEP document is around 60 pages, the curriculum is 600. So it's a much detailed approach. So once you have those documents, they are then interpreted again by various different stakeholders. They're interpreted on the one hand by publishers, by authors, etc., to produce textbooks which are going one step further and interpreting the intentions and then of the curriculum and preparing lessons, etc., how it's going to be delivered in the classroom. And also interpreted by, in this case, the CBSE, interpreted by the assessment, the awarding bodies, to understand how is this curriculum to be assessed. So lots of different types of stakeholders are taking their own interpretation of those documents. Once you have that, and I haven't put the school leader will be there, but then it's how those documents, how the textbooks are then used and delivered in the classroom. And so the teachers themselves interpret the curriculum through the textbooks that have been interpreted through the curriculum. And then finally, the last level of this whole chain of what is happening in the classroom is how learners have actually experienced the curriculum. And what, the very last stage is what have they learned out of that. So it is important, and we interviewed lots of different stakeholders, learners, teachers, school leaders, and other higher level stakeholders to understand their perception and see, in some cases, the difference in perception of what's happening there. So that's just for explaining our methodology and why we took the time to spend to look at the policy document in quite a lot of detail. And also what we did was mapping what particularly the terminology used in the national education policy and the national curriculum. And what we noticed there is that there are, although there is a good alignment, there are differences in the key elements of the terminology. So for instance, in the NEP, the four main ways of describing the approach are organized around knowledge, skills, values, and disposition. But in the national curriculum, it talks about knowledge and capabilities. So skills and capabilities, they are representing the same thing, but with a different terminology. So we think that potentially is quite confusing for all of the people in the chain that need to understand and then implement those concepts in the classroom. And so that was our first policy recommendation, is to really increase and develop a shared understanding of policy intention, and particularly in the terminology, so that when we do a test like we've just done, there should be a great correlation in the choice of terms that people are doing. Summarize, have a shared understanding, summarize that, maybe have a visual representation of that, and then ensure that this understanding is shared at all the levels, with the textbook publishers, with the assessment teams, etc. So that's our first recommendation around policy. And when we ask teachers how they find their knowledge about the curriculum requirements, it is interesting to see that there is a variety of ways of accessing the requirements of the curriculum, but we can see particularly here in the regions on the right that the most used method and source for finding out about the curriculum requirements is the textbooks. And so the textbooks play such an important role that recommendation we had our second recommendation is to consider the alignment of textbooks very closely with the NEP. So if you remember in my first slide when I talked about the chain, the NEP was 2020, the curriculum development was 3 years later. So the teaching of the trying to implement the NEP started with the textbook that had been developed previously. However, this is changing, and we had a discussion yesterday. New textbooks that will be aligned are being developed. But when we observed and we looked at the textbooks, there was sometimes not great alignment. Moving on to what is happening, our observation of what is happening in the context of school observation and what is happening in school in the area of teaching and learning, and how whether the old method, more traditional lecture style type of lesson have evolved into different approaches. Actually, what we observe is quite positive, in the sense that almost 2/3 of the lessons that we observe, there was some form of experiential elements in the lesson. So that's really encouraging to see that. But also, that also means that there was almost more than 1/3 of the lesson was quite traditional, still in the kind of more lecture type of traditional teaching. And when we ask teachers and learners what their perception of what they were doing in the classroom, interestingly, so we compared, copying notes, that's the traditional form of approach to teaching and learning, and using artistic skills, that's something that is encouraged in the NEP. We can see it's quite interesting here that the perception that teachers have that they are actually using some of those things, quite regularly in the classroom. By comparison, the learners don't think that much. The impression of the learners is that they are doing quite a lot still of copying notes compared to what teachers do. So there is a discrepancy in the perception of what's happening between the teachers and the learners. Not a huge one, but an interesting one. And we ask learners in the focus group what they would prefer to have. And what they said is, we want less, and it's not really surprising. I don't know any child that enjoys homework, but they want less homework, less writing, less making notes, less reading textbook, etc. And they want more hands-on activity, more group work, more real-life context, more field work, etc. And that's quite interesting, because basically what the children and the learners, the young learners want, aligns very well with what the NEP is about. And so we think that, as a recommendation, that there should be you should enhance the listening and have mechanism to take into account the learner voice, because they could be real advocates for the NEP, because that's what they are actually looking for. So if they understand better about what the new curriculum approaches are, they could really help. And when we talk about driving change in schools, that's one of the mechanisms that you could take into account. We observe quite a lot of really good examples, innovative, inspiring examples of things. Here I have put 3 examples of integrated learning, which is another thing that is required as part of the new approaches from the NEP. We've seen art, integrated lesson, mathematics and art. Being myself a graduate in art history, I thought that was a really good and interesting thing to do. You are studying artworks in different styles during lesson patterns, and then you have to do your own patterns. So you mixing the two in a creative and really interesting way. Sports integrated, using basketball and hoops to teach probabilities. You are out, your field work, you're doing energizing activities, but you're also learning math at the same time and developing your math thing. So those are really good examples that don't require a lot of materials, equipment, etc. Mix everything, lots of skills, really very inspiring lessons. We've also seen quite a lot of interesting integrated learning between poetry and social sciences, for instance, using the topic of water and then having to do that, convert your ideas into a poem. So here you're talking about the environment, you're talking science, you're mixing loads of things together, and they are all relevant, and you're developing all of them at the same time. So really good examples. The main thing that we have observed is that there are pockets of really, really good examples, but there is no consistency across schools, across subjects, or across grade, etc. So really the work is about making that consistency and bringing, and that's what we were earlier listening from ECTIS, bringing this consistency across all schools. And so the recommendation that goes with that is that you do have the examples. It's about identifying those examples, sharing them, making sure that they're accessible to all. As part of our remit, we have logged all of the examples of good practice, and it is one of the deliverables that we are also providing. Another aspect of teaching and learning that is required in the NEP is that it's about the development of metacognitive skills. It's about learners taking ownership of their own learning. And so one of the things that we check whether that was happening in schools was looking at in lesson plannings and observing lesson whether there was very clear learning objectives. And what we observe is that in 1/3 of the cases there were no learning objectives for the lessons, and in 2/3 the learning objectives were really high level and usually limited to talking about the topic. And here I've given 2 examples of lesson objectives that are, the topic is idiom. I'm not sure if it's idiom or idiom, how you pronounce it in English. The topic is idiom, but you can see that you can have lesson objectives that are much more specific. So in the first case, it's the first level, is about identifying, recognizing and identifying an idiom in a section of text. Second objective here, and a different one, and a higher level if you want, progression, is being able to use idiom in your own writing. So as a result of this observation, again, this is the kind of training that's quite targeted that could really help teachers improve their practices. So a focus on that. And I'll talk a little bit more detail about that when I talk about effective feedback, because all of that is clearly linked. So I'm going quite quickly through the whole thing. Another aspect of the NEP is that children, I said children, that's my age, learners should have fun in the class. So we asked them and we checked by subject, what subjects were they having more fun in, and we looked at that. And the reassuring thing is that actually, the dark blue here is that they're having fun in every lesson, and that's quite a high percentage, so it's quite positive. And the subject that came quite high, and that's quite good given the emphasis on science, is that science was one of those topics which in my competitive spirit as an ex-language and art history teacher, I thought was not good. Every subject could be fun. So one of the reasons that usually students didn't find that the lessons were fun was going back to what we said earlier. Still, 1/3 of the lesson we observed were lecture style and note-taking style. And so we recommend, as a result, to share best practice on managing large class sizes. There are ways of engaging a whole class. There are ways of assessing the progress of the whole class as a group. There are techniques for doing that. It's not very complicated, and some training would really benefit teachers. Now, very quickly, again, I'm trying to cover most of the different themes that we looked at. We also looked at what's happening around assessment in lessons. Every time our approach was to do questionnaires, so ask teachers what they did, and then we observe lessons. So when we ask teachers what they assessed regularly in the classroom, we can see here that in their response in the questionnaires that they basically said they were assessing everything, but the dark blue here is every lesson. So we can see that the thing that they assess more regularly is subject knowledge, application of subject knowledge or thinking skills. And then as we go into what are the main characteristics of the new approach to the competence-based education, the field work, practical activities, social skills, etc., the percentage is not as wide and as important, but it's still there. So interestingly, this is the questionnaire, so that's teacher telling us what they're doing. When we observe the lesson by contrast, we didn't observe that much. We observed that, in the great majority of the lessons that we observe, the type of assessment that takes place is around subject knowledge, and we can see that that's the case whatever the subject. It's only in the language classes that we observe some assessment of foundational skills and some example of assessing values. But overall, mostly what is assessed is knowledge and understanding of knowledge as part of regular classroom and formative assessment. And so our recommendation is to do more to support teachers, to diversify the classroom type of assessment at two levels, at individual level, providing simple tools, rubrics, guidance on how to assess during the classroom other aspects of the curriculum, thinking skill, higher level thinking skills, social skills, values, etc. But also provide, and going back to managing large classes, provide approaches to test and the whole class. So we didn't just observe lessons, because that really gives you a very small snapshot of what's happening during lessons. We also looked at, in the lessons that we observed, we looked at students' work, the notebook, just to have an idea of how the students were assessed in their notebooks. And when we looked at those notebooks, the main, the 100% way of assessing that we saw in every single notebook are ticks and crosses. So yes, they were checked and marked. We saw far less of that, of correction of mistakes. And as we look here on the list, less and less of each one, so comments on effort, letter grade, and marks out of a total, which provides some indication to the learners of where they're doing in relation to expectations. That was quite limited, as was also quite limited how they could improve, or strategies for improving on their results. And so one of the things that we did, as well as identifying, doing the analysis, and identifying example of good practice in schools, we also looked at examples of international best practice. And part of our recommendation is about providing effective feedback. And there are quite a lot of examples of very effective ways of doing this. I've put here one example that we've identified in the report. It's from the Australian Institute for Teaching and School Leadership Toolkit. We are a global world. There are loads of resources that are freely accessible, and some of them are really high quality. So, could be competitors, but it doesn't mean that it is not high quality work. So this is an example of effective way of providing feedback based on two sets of research model, one by Haiti and Timberley and the other one by Black and Williams. And essentially, I will summarize that it's quite a simple approach, but what is required in order to provide effective feedback is to start from having very specific learning objectives. And I'm going back to what I was saying earlier about our observation of having not observed a very good practice in schools around that. So, the learners need to understand exactly what it is that they need to achieve, so that then they can tell whether they're achieving or not. And so, you have a clear learning objective, and then regularly you assess either in the classroom or in as formative assessment, or more regularly at the end of term through that. But that's then a way to measure how you're doing in relation to your objective that you have set. And then, depending on where you have you achieved your objective, that's great. You need to understand how you move on, what's the next step. But also, if you haven't achieved your objective, you need strategies to need to understand how to get to the right solution. So that's one example that we provide in the report, and we do that regularly across the report. And so yes, the recommendation here is to encourage richer and more targeted feedback, and to have a very systematic approach from the learning objective to checking and providing a more precise feedback to students. So one of the things that CBSE and the British Council ask us as part of this research to look more specifically into were the practices related to practical activities and fieldwork, what was happening in schools around that. And so we have when Priti presented what we did in as part of the methodology, we did do an audit of the various different spaces that exist in the schools that we visited. And there are loads of different spaces that are available in schools, from sports facilities to playground to trampoline, outdoor gym, covered seating area, garden, vegetable garden. We heard earlier eco gardens, vegetable gardens, planting tubs, outdoor assembly stage, living zoo, I haven't seen this one, subject-specific areas, green school equipment, cadet training room, play parks. So when we did the audit, we observed that there were lots of different, depending on the school, lots of different facilities available for fieldwork. But if you look at the percentage and how often those different spaces that are available to teachers within the school compounds, we can see that they are not very frequently used. Grey is never, a few times a year, and just mostly the playground are the places, and the outdoor facilities are used. But there are loads of places. And one of our observations around fieldwork is that there is a very narrow understanding of what fieldwork is about, and an understanding that fieldwork is about work done outside of the school, maybe one year activity where you go and do something outside. And that's one of the things that needs to change, because fieldwork can be anything. As long as you're not in the classroom, it could be anything. And making use of your classroom, school grounds is one way of doing that. So we looked at what's happening in the different locations where we did that, to understand how often they did practical activities at the bottom and fieldwork. And what is interesting is quite the wide variety of what came about here. That probably reflects the differences in the school facilities, etc. But what is also interesting is that, and throughout our school observation, we saw the same thing, is that essentially practical activities is something that teachers are much more comfortable with, happens much more regularly and more often. But that's less the case with fieldwork. Fieldwork is something that teachers feel is quite demanding and challenging, and potentially also they think is distracting. And yet, we have observed loads of examples of really good practice. I've got two here. In one school, the social science teacher regularly booked, there was a recording studio available, and they used that for her students to record newscast videos of what was happening, so other class could see what was happening. So that meant that learners had to carry out the research to find out what was happening. They had to write the script, they had to record the script, edit the script, etc. So teamwork, a lot of activities that they could do, and lots of skills they could develop as a result of this kind of activity. So using what is available already in the school. And as we've seen in the previous charts I was seeing, many schools have many different spaces that could be used in lots of different ways. Another example is using, and we've seen that in more than one school, where the dining hall is used to look at food options, to carry out a survey on eating habits, for instance. Any kind of survey is a really good example of fieldwork activity. The students have to design the survey, they have to carry out the survey. It could be anywhere in the school, in the playground, so outside of the classroom. And then you have to analyze the survey. You can do also digital skills, infographics. So this kind of activity, a survey can be done on any subjects. You can do that. So lots of different interesting activities. Others use of school kitchens to teach learners how to prepare foods from particular locations in India. So, that's really good for developing the Indian culture, knowledge, and identity, and also understanding foods from around the world that the students are studying. So, lots of ideas of how to do different types of field work. And so our recommendations here is to have some practical and fieldwork activities examples. And what teachers have told us, and I think that came out in the impact studies that was presented to us earlier, is that the kind of examples that the teachers want is really targeted. They want to know example of fieldwork for my subject at my grade, and they want that to be delivered by subject specialists so that they have a real understanding of what they can do in their subject. As a more long-term kind of a recommendation, I think you could try and encourage the creation in schools of flexible learning spaces. There are facilities in schools, and understanding how you could use them and reflecting as school leaders of how you can use all those available facilities that you have in a more creative way, where students can go out of the classroom, but they don't have to go very far. So it's not that disruptive. It doesn't involve lots of preparation and so on. So really an interesting thing to do. We did ask teachers what are the barriers for you that limit your use of practical activities and fieldwork, and the answers here. First of all, the main reason given was the time pressure. The time pressure to cover the curriculum. So basically, that to me it translates as finding that actually practical activities and fieldwork are a waste of time and that you're not learning. And I think changing mindset about what fieldwork and activity, practical activity can be is really important to do. But if we look at all of the other reasons, there are very practical reasons, concerns about managing learner behavior, health and safety, lack of time to prepare the activities, lack of experience in using the equipment, lack of equipment, etc. The example I've given don't require anything complex. They don't require any specific materials, etc. They are happening in schools. They can happen. So I think a lot can be done by addressing the perceived barriers to practical and fieldwork, by working at school level in understanding, what activities could take place in the school, so that you remove this barrier about having to spend time thinking about this kind of tasks. So if they're already made, you can find it easier to do it. Changing the mindset, I think, around what fieldwork and practical activities are. They're not big things. They can be embedded. They can be 10 minutes kind of activities that take place in schools. I was visiting schools on Tuesday again, and I observed a class in grade 3 Hindi class, and the students were in the class. They were learning about objective. They did a bit of class activity. activities, and then the teacher separated them in 4 groups of 4 or 5. They say, go out into the playground. They were just outside the door, the playground, 10 minutes in the playground, choose any object, anything you want, and describe 5 words to describe it. So they were working on objectives. Then they came back, they reported 10 minutes fieldwork activity. The kids got up, they were energized, and you tick all the boxes by doing that without disrupting lots of preparation, lots of health and safety, etc. So there are lots of good examples. I observed another one, yes, as I say, on Tuesday. But we observed as part of the research quite a lot of good examples here, and very creative, and there is a lot of activities around poetry, which I think it's really nice. But in a languages class, for instance, they were looking at a poem that talked about rain, and the teacher took the students when it was raining outside to make them listen to the noise of the rain on different surfaces. So that's it's kind of a mindful kind of activity, but it's a good example again that you don't need a lot of resources to do activities that are creative and fulfill all of the objectives that you're trying to achieve in terms of teaching and learning. We've seen examples, and that's again quite an easy thing to do in any class, in any school. Learners in science lesson have planted different seeds in different places, location across the school, and over a number of weeks they go around and they observe the different factors that affect the same seed's growth in different locations. So an easy task that is fieldwork, because they're outside of the classroom. It's about science. They observe things directly. It's relevant. It's a really good example again of doing that. And then we saw schools that used basically the outdoor space just to do any form of group work, debates, etc. So basically, what those schools are doing is not field work that is going out and visiting a museum, etc., which require whole class preparation, health and safety, lots of preparation, potentially cost. But there are lots of things that can happen within the confines of the school itself that are exciting and fulfill all of the criteria that you're looking for. And so as we were asked to look more specifically into fieldwork and practical activities and how this could be happening in a more regular, as I say, it is happening, but how it could be embedded more as part of almost everyday teaching and learning. We've organized all of the feedback that we have into 3 different categories around guidance, training, and teaching and learning materials, and we identify major themes and minor themes. But in terms of guidance, and that goes back to the barriers that we were talking about, I think what teachers would like to have more of is how to manage the syllabus load and how the expected balance between teaching the curriculum content and hands-on learning. I would say that those two are not different things. Hands-on learning is about delivering the content in a different way. You're trying to achieve the same thing, but some guidance around that is what teachers would like to have. Guidance on time management for planning and delivering activities within lessons. So having, I think, more also examples is what will help them doing that. For the training, I think what the teachers wanted is more hands-on practical training. And actually what they're saying is that they want a form of training that reflects the kind of pedagogy that they are supposed to be using themselves in schools. So the pedagogy of teacher training courses should reflect the pedagogy that teachers are expected to carry out. Subject specific, I've been saying that throughout training, that's what they're looking for, delivered by teachers that are subject specialists. And then finally, developing more banks of specific ready-made, if you want, activities that they can use that would reduce all of the time you have for preparation. They also mentioned one of the things that would be a good idea is to have basically little videos explaining practical and fieldwork activities. And in the minor areas, the things that could be done to support teachers in embedding this fieldwork and practical activities more regularly would be to have, maybe they suggested, links to organizations that specialize in fieldwork to have more ideas and support, guidance again on the expectation from the policy in terms of what you need to do in the classroom. Very practical guidance here on managing permissions to do fieldwork, which you require, particularly if you're going outside the classroom, but not so much so if you're doing things within your own grounds. Trainings, more opportunity to learn from what's happening around from other teachers. Again, practical training around health and safety and the possibility to observe more lessons. And so for the teaching and learning materials, more of all of this, virtual practical and field trip manuals and practical kits for individual learners. So quite a lot of things that we hope, in part of our recommendation, guide the kind of training that could be quite targeted into the specific areas of fieldwork and practical activities. And as a longer-term recommendation, I think as an organization that supports governments into developing a national curricula, we would recommend to really actively manage curriculum load in the future curriculum reform. If your expectation is to deliver the curriculum in this practical way, hands-on way, etc., you need to make sure that the expected content coverage matches the requirements of the delivery method. And that's our methodology, which is always based about having coherence between everything that you're doing. And that's an example of this. So as a last, there are two other areas that I'm going to talk about. One is about driving positive changes in classroom practice. So we've observed, we had loads of examples where we observed that very good, innovative, inspiring activities that were happening, but not across the board. And the whole of the work is going to be scaling up everything that we've observed and how to do that. So obviously around teacher training, and I've just been talking about the kind of targeted training that needs to happen around learning objective, effective feedback, around the type of targeted training and activities on practicals and field work. There is also thinking carefully about how you deliver training. We know that, it's not a surprise, I think, to know that what teachers prefer, that's the data from questionnaires. We could have probably said that without doing a questionnaires. Face-to-face is the favored methods of training, but also the other big category here is conferences, seminars, and the third one is blended learning, where you can combine attending, synchronous sessions with doing your own personal work. So the methods on how you're going to deliver the training is important, but also we think it's important to think about the content and the approach, the pedagogy that you're using in your teacher training should reflect what you're expecting teachers to do there. So if you're doing a lecture-style teacher training approach, then you're not encouraging the teachers to use a different approach in their classroom. So thinking about those areas. But that going back as well as having the teacher training, having more very targeted examples of what can happen is important. But we think that if you really want to be able to scale up that, not only do you have to train the teachers, change their mindset, as we heard again and again from ECTIS in the impact studies. But then you need to make sure that whatever they have learned during those sessions, they start applying them in the schools. And that's where the role of the school principals and the school leaders is really important in creating the conditions for that to happen, in understanding and encouraging that to happen, but also monitoring whether that happens. happens or not. So when we ask the school leaders what was the focus, or how they did the quality assurance of what was happening in terms of teaching and learning in schools, the big majority, the most used method, as we know, is lesson observations, but there are other ways of doing this: the teacher self-assessment, check lesson plans, visits and rounds, unexpected, parents' feedback, student achievement, etc. So we had all of those, but we have one thing that we think would be also very helpful. If you want to encourage different types of teaching and learning, you need to make sure that when you're going to observe and quality assure what is happening, that you are looking for those things. And we've seen some good examples of that. Sorry, I'll move on to the next one, come back there. We've seen really good example of schools that actually have NEP aligned lesson plan templates. So it is a lesson plan from the schools where you do have this NEP Connect with all of the areas of that are expected as part of the policy intentions in relation to what needs to happen in the classroom around approaches to teaching and learning. And it doesn't mean that every single lesson should cover every single one of those areas, but it means that at the point of planning your lesson, you should question yourself, does this particular lesson lend itself particularly well to one of those particular aspects that we should be developing? So that's a really useful way of encouraging these habits, because if not, you might not think about it. So that's a very good reminder. So that's for the teachers to plan their lessons. But we've also saw the equivalent thing, the NEP-aligned lesson observation template. So the teachers are trying to apply that in their planning, and then to deliver that during their lessons. But when they are being observed, there is some attention paid to not just whether they are covering, and that's what I had here in terms of what is looked at during lesson observation, with a very strong percentage, strong focus on developing subject knowledge, how they plan lesson, how they manage learning behavior. And all of those things are obviously essential. But if the push is to drive a new way of teaching and learning, you also need to make sure that you give some attention and that you monitor whether those approaches that you're looking for are actually happening. And that's not a very complicated thing to do by using those templates, and as those are taken from a school that we visited, so they're available. But thinking in having this is quite, we think, a way to encourage and accelerate what is happening in classroom related to that. And therefore, that was our recommendation: enhance the alignment of accountability mechanism in schools to scale and accelerate new approaches to teaching and learning. And by doing this, by having those lesson templates and the school observation template. And I'm going to cover, there are two sub-themes that we were asked to look at. I'm only going to cover climate education. The other one was gender and inclusion, but I had limited time given for this presentation, so I'm going to talk more about climate education in the context of what we have been discussing this morning. And so this was a sub-theme, so we didn't go in as much depth, but we did look at practices in schools around climate education. And so from the interviews with the school leaders that of the schools that we visited, this is the various mechanisms that are being used currently in schools around climate education. And we can see that essentially the way it happens is disconnected from what's happening in the classroom. It is basically climate education at the moment is embedded in school through extracurricular activities, in particular subjects, in assemblies, project work. So all of the things that are around the classroom, but not part of what necessarily is happening as part of regular classroom intervention. So this is the current climate. Things are happening. but not necessarily in the same very integrated in every subject, which is one of the ideas behind what is in the policy documentation. Interestingly here, when we compared teachers' and learner perception of what was happening, that's the opposite of what we had earlier about the overall teaching and learning approaches. So in fact, learners felt that there was more happening in their lessons around climate education than teachers thought they were doing, which is an interesting one. I think one of the things we might consider, and I haven't heard that's my personal opinion, but I think having been a teacher about almost 25 years ago now, that I was a language teacher in A-level French, for instance, we already did a lot of climate education, and I think you need to be quite careful not to overload climate education and be quite strategic, because you can end up actually getting students a bit fed up with it, basically. So it has to be a strategic and concerted school level approach on how you're doing that. Interestingly, the subjects where this is happening at more regularly, more frequently in every lesson is in languages as well as in science, so which you would have expected. Usually it is associated more with social science and science, but at the moment that's the perception of students. And for the teachers, I think there is it's mainly in maths that we've observed that they use references to climate education less. So again, going to this idea of developing activities that might give teachers ideas on how to do that, but also having a concerted approach at school level on how to do that. We have observed example of best practice of what can happen at school level. I've put here, and I'm ending like Ectis with two quotes from school leader interviews. One was a school leader explaining what we have, and actually in one of the schools I visited, I have seen an example of that. We have a small herbal and vegetable garden maintained by students. We teach them about the fertility of the soil, effects of pollution, water conservation, rainwater harvesting, effect of greenhouse gases, and have daily values lessons. So here is a good example. You don't need a huge space in order to do that in the school, but it can bring you can bring a lot of what you're trying to achieve of the policy intention by this kind of activities. And it is not just about science, it is about fieldwork, it is about values. So loads happening in just one fairly small investment in terms of time and money. Another example here, our children make paper bags from newspaper and distribute them in the vegetable market nearby to promote sustainability of environment. So here, hands-on activity, community engagement, one of the values that you are looking for. So simple activities that require students to learn about the environment, learn about their community, be part of their community, not difficult to implement. Loads of ideas exist, and hopefully, it's about capturing all those good examples that are currently happening and trying to make that become the norm of what is happening across schools. And so our recommendation regarding supporting the integration of climate education is more generic, because we didn't go into as much detail. But essentially, we think providing more guidance to publishers so they and the textbook developers, so they integrate that into the textbook. We saw at the beginning how important it is for teachers, the textbook, so get ideas embedded for their subject in the classroom, in the textbooks. Have more example of best practice at subject level, at school level, of how to develop climate education. And finally, to also incorporate elements of climate education and sustainability generally to teacher training courses, because there is a lack of sometimes confidence from teachers to be able to teach around that. And I think we will be having a presentation of one of our MOOCs in this area later on. And so this is a very quick presentation. I didn't want to bore you too much. Thank you. And I just want to finish and say thank you very much for CBSE and the British Council for having given us this opportunity to carry out this research, to go into schools, to be exposed to so many great examples. And we hope that the recommendation will help you find ways that are practical, that are not necessarily requiring huge investments. You know, some small changes and more targeted training can make a great difference. So we hope that this will help. Thank you.
Thank you, Dominique. Thank you, Preeti. In case if you have any question related to the scoping study, feel free to connect with Dominique, Preeti, and the Cambridge team during the tea breaks. Following this insightful presentation, our next agenda involves the launch of the Climate Education Program. To do the honors, I'll invite on stage Ashish Arora, Senior Vice President Products, Cambridge University Press and Assessment, India, Manish Toshi, Business Head K-12, Cambridge University Press and Assessment, South Asia, and Shruti Kapoor, Head of Marketing. Can I have all three of you on the stage, please? So we have Ashish, Manish, and Shruti from Cambridge. Ashish will provide you a detailed information about the climate education program. Over to you, Ashish.
Thank you, Peenal. Hello and good morning, everyone. I must say that it is wonderful to be present in the event today and listen to great, insightful presentations. Now, in the context of increasingly unpredictable climate events and rapidly evolving patterns, we believe that education is a fundamental tool to address the issues of climate change. In fact, I'll also like to mention what Sanjay sir said in his presentation earlier today, that sometimes as humans, we forget that we are a part of the nature itself. Now, having said that, climate change is a complex challenge. There is a need to facilitate the development of critical skills like reasoning, problem solving, ethical and practical decision making, and solutions approach through a climate literacy program. In fact, the recommendations, a couple of recommendations from the last presentation also mentioned that. Today, we proudly present to you Cambridge Climate Quest, which is a program for young learners, for school learners, provided by Cambridge University Press and Assessment in collaboration with Cambridge Zero, an initiative, a climate initiative from the University of Cambridge. And this is also inspired by the National Education Policy and the National Curriculum Framework. Now, the phase 1 of this program will provide a digital course for learners for grades 8 to 12 and will evolve along the way. Now, with schools as our valued partners, we embark on a journey today, not only by offering a product, but also with our commitment to the growth and proficiency of the learners. Thank you. Can we now begin the launch event, please?
Thank you, Ashish. So for this special occasion, I would like to invite Ritika, Michael, Dr. Joseph, and Dr. Nidhi to join us on stage for this launch. And Shruti will guide our dignitaries through the launch activity. Sir, ma'am, can I have you on the stage, please?
Good morning, everyone. Good morning to all our guests here. And thank you so much for joining us on the launch of Climate Sustainability Program, that is the Climate Quest that we are launching today. I'm thankful to all the dignitaries here for helping us unveiling the product and the program that we are launching today. Climate Quest is all about educate, empower, and act. When we say educate, we are committed to our schools for providing the right content with the structured pedagogy that will be offering to empower our learners to act in the market, in the sustainability piece, and take it to the future growth. So that's what we are looking at. Now, I would further request Anuradha to hand over the pots. Ashish. These pots actually contain one of the statement that is related to climate sustainability, and we would request our dignitaries to read the statement for us and for echoing our commitment towards the climate sustainability. Thank you.
So this says, every act of kindness to the earth secures our future. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am.
Sow the seeds of sustainability today to harvest a thriving planet tomorrow.
Climate ownership starts with quality education.
Quality education paves the way for a sustainable and a brighter tomorrow. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. Kindly take your seats in the theater as we proceed to play a short video about the climate education program.
In the vastness of space, our home faces an unprecedented crisis. Rising temperatures, extreme weather events, and melting ice caps. The toll of climate change is evident. Climate change has brought this planet and its inhabitants to the edge of a cliff. How do we save us and ours from this calamity we collectively face? Quality education will be crucial in our mission to address climate change. Our national education policy emphasizes the need for tackling local and regional environmental challenges while promoting environmental conservation and sustainability. Given the context, Cambridge introduces an innovative initiative, Cambridge Climate Quest, our climate education program for young learners. We embark on a journey towards designing a climate education program for young learners in India. This will help to maximize awareness about the magnitude of climate change amongst the youth, equip learners with the knowledge and tools to try and find solutions to these problems, facilitate informed decision-making and action-oriented engagement, and eventually drive climate action. Cambridge Climate Quest extends beyond classrooms, aiming to forge a strong bond between learners and the environment, instilling a deep sense of responsibility towards nature. Education is critical as we navigate our path towards a sustainable tomorrow. Cambridge Climate Quest is designed to be your ally in this journey. Cambridge Climate Quest. Educate, empower, act.
I would now request Manish to share more insights into the next steps of this impactful initiative.
So good morning and greetings from Cambridge University Press and Assessment. What can be a better day than today? Like we have heard our dignitaries and educators talk about climate change. It gives me immense pleasure to launch Cambridge Climate Quest today in front of you all. I would request you to scan this code, and it's a free course for the students which we are going to launch for grade 8 to 12. Kindly scan the code. In case if you are finding any difficulty, you will find me, that is Manish, Ashish, Shruti, in the room or at the coffee break. So without taking much of your time, thank you so much, and I'm sure you will share with the students as well to make this more visible to the need of the hour and in future. Thank you so much. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Manish. So we really look forward to this wonderful initiative in addressing climate change challenges through education. After not so long session, but it's time for a short break now, we can all head over to Charbagh for some refreshing tea and coffee. We'll resume in the theatre at 12:10. For all those who've joined us virtually, please take a break and reconnect with us in 20 minutes. See you soon. Thank you so much. So welcome back to the conference. We have an engaging panel discussion coming up, which will discuss a crucial topic of our times, exploring sustainability and green pedagogy practices in classrooms. Our moderator for this insightful session is Helena Tinker, Global Head of Environment at the British Council. We welcome you, Helena. Please also join me in welcoming our esteemed panelists for the day. Gaurav Shore, Sustainability Professional and Academician Swaraj. Ashish Arora, SVP Products, Cambridge University Press and Assessments, India. Joyce Pon, Program Specialist and Chief of Education, UNESCO, New Delhi Cluster. And Shweta Khare Nayak, Executive Director, Jane Goodall Institute, India. We welcome you all. I kindly request all the panel members, since you've already taken your seat on the stage, Helena, before we start, may I request you to facilitate our esteemed panel members with a small token of appreciation. We thank you all for being with us here. For all those who have just joined us now, we are now having the panel discussion on exploring sustainability and green pedagogy practices in classrooms. So Helena, the stage is yours. Please lead us on this discussion.
Okay, good afternoon. It's afternoon now. As you said, I'm Helena Tinker, the Global Head of Environment for the British Council. So I oversee all our work that we do in tackling climate change. I'm really pleased to be moderating this session today, which is focusing on how we build and bring climate education and sustainability education into our classrooms here in India. So very, very topical. I've just spent 2 weeks at COP28 in Dubai, which Alison mentioned. For those of you who don't know what COP is, it's where world leaders decide on the future of our planet. So really, really important. It was the biggest COP ever this year. There was 80,000 people. COP in Egypt last year, COP27, there was about 35,000 people. So a huge, huge attendance this year, which was really, really positive. So some of the key messages, first of all, there was a whole day dedicated to climate education. And this is the first time that has ever happened at COP. And it was about youth, skills and education and the role that plays in tackling climate change. So one of the key messages was around how we need to transform education and ensure that it's a catalyst for climate action. We obviously need to empower our young people, giving them the knowledge, skills, competencies, and most importantly, resilience for the new world we are entering. It's going to be hopefully a world without fossil fuels and where we reconnect to nature. And I really feel we've lost that connection globally to the environment around us. There was a lot of talk about green jobs and green skills. Every job and profession in the future will need to respond to the climate crisis. Whether you're an accountant, a doctor, a business manager, an engineer, you will need some green skills and you will be part of a green job revolution. One thing that hasn't been mentioned is actually the resilience of our education systems to the impacts of climate change as well. As we're already experiencing, we're getting more and more extreme weather events which will disrupt our education systems. So we need to think about how we become more resilient to that. So here at the British Council, our work in education, in supporting this transition is very, very important, as Alison already mentioned. So here in India, we work with education partners such as CBSE, who are also committed to strengthening environment and climate education in schools. So other examples of our work globally include classroom resources for teachers to embed sustainability into their teaching. So we have so far reached around 3.4 million school students globally. However, a recent survey, a global survey by UNESCO of 58,000 teachers, that's primary and secondary teachers, found that 95% of teachers want to embed climate education into their teaching, but only about 30% feel confident to do so. So we have still a huge job to undertake. So we've got a fantastic panel today to explore how we do this. So we've got 4 presentations from each of the panel members, and then there'll be lots of time for you to ask questions and those joining us virtually. So I'm firstly going to pass to Joyce Pawan, who is the Programme Specialist and Chief of Education in UNESCO in New Delhi Cluster Office. Joyce manages the implementation of UNESCO's educational priorities and activities in Bhutan, India, Maldives and Sri Lanka. Before this, Joyce was based in UNESCO headquarters and worked in the education sector's executive office before transferring to the Division of Peace, Education and Sustainable Development, where she focused on sector priorities and the management of UNESCO's education institutes and centres. So I'll pass over to you, Joyce.
Thank you, Helena. Good afternoon and namaste to everyone. If you will allow me just 10 seconds to find my slide. Here we are. Yes. Slideshow. Voila. This is one of the things I've always wished. I'm a bit angry at my parents. I'm very close to the ground. So, first of all, I really want to thank my gracious colleagues and friends at the British Council, Alison, Anu, Michael, Ritika, and now, of course, I've got a new friend in Helena, for inviting UNESCO to make this presentation on climate change education and our work on Greening Education Partnership, as well as the report that we did recently to highlight more on India's priority and actions in climate change education, which is called the State of the Education Report. So, as Helena already mentioned, the importance of education, yes, for once in COP, there was a day, there's entirely an education pavilion, as I understand it. Of course, there are many, many people wanting to go there, but it's already an indication of how important now education is in tackling the issue of climate change. But some people say that education is a long and slow road, but I think this is the one and only road to make it sustained, to make it last and trickle to those who benefit from it. Education helps informed decision making. It empowers people, including those that are underrepresented and most vulnerable, to actually take collective action to care for themselves, for the next generation, and for the planet. I wanted to talk also about education for sustainable development because this is UNESCO's education sector's response to the urgent and dramatic challenges for the planet, rooted in its long-standing work in education for sustainable development. ESD really stresses the interconnectivity of how any kind of response is needed to tackle not only this global crisis, and as Helena was talking today, it has to be seen as an education crisis as well. ESD, or Education for Sustainable Development, gives learners of all ages the knowledge, the skills, the values, and the agency to address interconnected global challenges such as climate change that we are here today. As I mentioned, greening education, it's rooted in the UNESCO's work in greening education is rooted in the long-standing work of Education for Sustainable Development and how education can tackle climate change. At the heart of it is about empowering individuals, communities, and the wider world to understand, to have the skills to be empowered with the values and the attitudes to engage in transformative action for shaping green, low-emission, and climate-resilient societies. Last year in New York, there was a global movement to really understand what is happening in terms of education. We had just come out of the pandemic. Obviously, education was disrupted. Learning loss was certainly on everybody's mind. But more importantly, the global community wanted to come together to ask what is the kind of education that we need from now on. And hence, there was a Transforming Education Summit in New York last year that was convened by the United Nations Secretary General to discuss the relevancy. I keep on coming back to the word the relevancy, the immediate need of what education can do to solve such global problems. And one of the outcomes of the Transforming Education Summit, or TESS, as you may have heard, is this Greening Education Partnership. And this is a movement of all actors, governments, civil society, individuals who really want to come together to deliver on the greening of schools, learning and curricula, capacities and skills, and entire communities to transform education and to tackle the planetary crisis by harnessing education's potential for climate change adaptation and mitigation. As you can see from the screen, there obviously is the normative background and the global movement towards this partnership. So it is something, it is built on many consultative measures from all levels of society. And this is actually the one thing that's making it legal, making it sustainable, because everybody who signs up to this, it's a partnership after all. And so you come there freely, but you come with your commitment from different angles. And this is something that's very new in the sense that it formalizes everything that the world wants to do in terms of climate change and climate action. The 4 pillars of this Greening Education Partnership, which you can see behind me, are greening schools, greening curriculum, greening communities, and greening teacher training and education system capacities. The greening schools is to ensure that all schools achieve green school accreditation, including teacher training and higher education institutions. Greening curriculum is aimed at a lifelong learning approach that integrates climate education in curricula. Greening teacher training and education systems capacities strengthens education systems with the measures so that teachers and policymakers can continue to receive continuous training opportunities. And greening communities is the engagement of entire communities to integrate climate education in lifelong learning matters. Now, these are just some of the things that UNESCO is very much involved in at the global level. And as Helena has mentioned, we in New Delhi office, we work with India, Bhutan, Maldives, Sri Lanka, and also in close cooperation with UNESCO office in Kathmandu for Nepal and UNESCO office in Dhaka for Bangladesh. Specifically, one activity that I wanted to highlight today, which Alison had mentioned earlier this morning, is our 2023 report for education, for UNESCO's State of the Education Report for India, which this year tackled the issue of climate change education. We launched it in October, and you will be able to find it online, and there's the QR code for that. We will be happy to give that to you. But, and, oops, yes. The report was done together with CEE, the Center for Environment Education, and we studied schools. We conducted interviews with policymakers, with youth, and to understand the situation of climate change education in India. And to sum up, we had come up with 10 recommendations, which you can see here and is in the report. And I just, if I have 30 seconds to explain 2 recommendations, which I think are also very important. They are there. While we had to number it, they're all equally important, as you can imagine. But recommendation 3, which is about integrating climate change education at all stages of education. We heard this morning from Secretary Kumar saying how education is supposed to make a person or a learner civilized. And I think integrating climate change education into every single subject, while it is difficult, this is where we would need the support not only of teachers, but everyone who's in the education sphere to do that. There was an example today from colleagues about the poetry teacher talking about rain and how perhaps the students can then be given the opportunity to go outside and feel the rain. It could also be like, what if there is no rain? That's because of climate change. It's difficult, of course, and teachers are extremely overburdened, but this idea of integrating poetry, climate change, mathematics and climate change, and even physical education in climate change, I think then it will then trickle into something that the learners and the students can understand. The education matters. Education is relevant to me and not somewhere else. And another recommendation is about empowering teachers, which is recommendation 6. There was already mention about the statistics of how teachers feel burdened and also unprepared. When we were doing the report, we met with many teachers who said, I'm sorry, I don't teach climate change because I am not a climate teacher. I'm not a science teacher. I don't know the information. And sometimes, while the willingness is there, perhaps the materials are not there, and the training is not there. But I think collectively, if we are able to help and support teachers, after all, they are at the front lines of education, through policies, through curricula support, perhaps we can make really a difference that will ensure that education really transforms lives. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Joyce. I think that really sets the framework and context for our other speakers. So next we'll hear from Ashish Arora. She is the Senior Vice President from Cambridge University Press and Assessment. Ashish is passionate about opportunities that education unlocks, like myself, and is also leading climate education initiatives for Cambridge University Press and Assessment in South Asia. So I'll pass over to yourself.
Thank you, Helena. Hello again, everyone. Good afternoon, namaskar. Let me begin with a short story. Now, some or most of you would have already heard this one, but this is a real story that inspires me and really fits the context. Here we go. One day, on a river island in Assam, a boy, all of 16, found a number of reptiles on the island dead. It happened due to excessive heat because of a devastating flood that had taken away the tree cover from the sandbar. Now he decided to start planting saplings, and to the best of our knowledge, hasn't stopped since. And as a result, after more than 3 decades, the place gradually turned into a vast area of forest, and today housing n number of animal species there. Now this is the story of Shri Jadav Payang, a climate superhero, a Padma Shri recipient, and also known as the Forest Man of India. Now the question is, why am I starting with this story? Let's imagine more and more people taking action, especially youth, and trying to think constructively to find solutions to arguably the biggest problem that we're facing today as humanity, climate change. Now it doesn't matter whether the positive action or the impact of that action is big or small, because everybody for sure can't have the same impact. But the point here is, imagine the collective action coming out of small individual actions. And therefore, we feel that education really matters here. Education is critical, as we said earlier, as most of us are saying now, in leading the fight towards climate change. So there are 3 reference points that I would like to mention here today. First of this, we have already mentioned, education is important. Second is, high quality education is critical. Now, as I said earlier, it is a complex challenge. It is interdisciplinary, many facets. So therefore, we not only have to look at knowledge and skills in science, we also have to look at critical analysis, reasoning, problem solving, and a lot more skills. So therefore, how do we impart high quality education? That's critical. And lastly, context is important. The climate crisis is a global issue that requires local and contextualized thinking and solutions. Now, given this context, as mentioned briefly in the earlier session, we started towards a journey to design a course for school learners, a climate literacy program with some objectives. First one is maximize awareness about the magnitude of climate change globally amongst the youth. Equip learners with knowledge and tools to find solutions to both local and global problems. Facilitate informed decision-making and action-oriented engagement. And eventually, drive climate change. In other words, the effort is to create a simple yet impactful program with a wide cross-section of learners having access to the same. Now, we embark on a journey today which will evolve over time. But the objectives are simple: to create impact in climate education by equipping learners with not only skill and knowledge, leading to critical thinking, problem solving, and eventually future leadership. Now, in the end, I would also like to mention one point that I believe is really important here. As I said earlier, a couple of times at least, climate change is a complex challenge. And also, we're living in changing times. Some would argue that change is probably or arguably the only constant here. And therefore, the situation is even more complex. And therefore, the point is, it is an ecosystem play to be able to address this problem. How do you find solutions? By different organizations and stakeholders coming together and continuing on the journey together. So that's a key point that I want to end with. Thank you so much. I'll be around for any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Ashish. So next we're going to hear from Shweta Kareniak. She is the Executive Director of the Jane Goodall Institute here in India. She has over 15 years' experience of working with various government and non-profit organisations in the environment, education and biodiversity conservation space. So she recently moved back to India with a mandate to set up the Jane Goodall Institute after spending 3 years working closely with Dr. Jane Goodall and team in Tanzania. So I'll pass over to yourself.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you, Helena, for the introduction. And I'm really grateful to be here. My special thanks to Alison, Ritika, and Anu. We, as a Jane Goodall Institute, we had a long relationship with British Council. And in the past, British Council has facilitated Dr. Jane's visit in India. Okay. Just before me, Ashish, he spoke about that how an individual has a capacity to make a difference, to bring the change. And I start here my presentation with you all with Dr. Jane's quote, which says that each and every individual matters. Each and every individual has a role to play, and each and every individual makes a difference to make this world a better place. It's not. Okay. Sorry for that. While they fix up my presentation, I would like to share with you that we recently started our Jane Goodall Institute in India, and we are carrying forward our flagship program for youth, which is called Roots and Shoots. So we work in 3 areas with Roots and Shoots. It is a young humanitarian and environmental program of the Jane Goodall Institute. We focus on for good for all. Good for all means people, animal, and environment, because what we feel is that there is a sheer disconnect. Since morning, everyone is talking about climate change, also education, quality education, but somewhere I feel that we need to go back in time when there was a coexistence with nature. Fast forward, here we are today discussing how we human, who are the prominent and dominant species on the planet, we control, or we are trying to control everything. Everything from water, for energy, soil, food, land from the other species. So what we see here is a separateness. We feel that we are separate from others. Others, who they are trees, they are birds, animals, water, probably ocean. So what we are trying to do here with our program is going back to the basics, connecting young people and also to adults to what makes us human. with our core values. Now, you see this image, which has been taken from Apollo 17 mission in 1972. And this was the time when we humans got to see our planet as a blue planet. This was a moment in the history of our planet, probably the first and the last time, when the Earth was in between Sun and the Moon, and the Apollo mission managed to take this picture. What you see here is a blue planet. And this is what makes us a habitable planet, the blue in the blue. Often we say that we are always talking about land. We never talk about ocean. And when we want to study the ocean, we see map in a different way. We see all land. Land occupied by nations, occupied by humans. Probably we have geographical maps, but we never see ocean when we talk about our planet. So this is a view we often call how fish views our planet. So probably fish sees our planet like this, in which we had eliminated the land from the planet, and we only have highlighted waters. Now, I want to share a story here. As Helena mentioned, that I was in Tanzania, and when you think about Tanzania, you think about lots of wildlife. You think about Serengeti, you think about zebras, wildebeest, lions, and all the other animals. And probably for me, that was my wish come true, to live a perfect life as a wildlife person who studied wildlife conservation and wanted to work there. But how ocean? How come suddenly ocean? This was not like that. I grew up in a landlocked city. My first interaction with ocean was when I came to Mumbai, and that's it. I went to Tanzania. I had two beautiful children. I came back from Tanzania to India. COVID happened. I just came, and it was COVID. And COVID brought a lot of change in all of our life. It was a defining moment, I say, in the history of the planet, also defining moment for me as a mother. How that happened? I happened to choose a place to live next to the ocean, not in Mumbai, but somewhere in South. My son, who grew up in Tanzania, he grew up watching the marvels of Blue Planet. We often went to many islands, and he often interacted with some of my friends, those who were marine scientists, and he went for snorkeling. Little boy grew up a little more, and at the age of 8, when we came back, he asked me to go to the beach. We went on a beach. First of all, he was very surprised to again see the water, very excited, and he ventured into the water. Suddenly, I saw him not enjoying the water, but in wonder. Wonder because he was seeing some dead fishes washed ashore. Second, he started picking up plastic. He started picking up more plastic, and I was sitting, taking his video. As a mother, this is what we do, right? When we are so captivated by our own children. So he was picking up plastic, and I was clicking picture, and suddenly I see next to me a huge trash collected by this 8-year-old boy. Then he asked me, "Mama, let's go and find a dustbin." We went around, we couldn't find any. So what he did, he made me put all the trash in my car. We came back home with the trash, and he sorted out. And this is how what we did in a free COVID time. Second incident, there were 3 incidents happened back to back. Second incident, again, on the beach, there was a sewage pipe without STP treatment, went directly inside the water. In the ocean, jet black water merging with the ocean. Third, this was the real defining moment. Olive ridley turtle washed ashore, bleeding, dead because of the trawler, the fishing trawler. And this moment, this little boy, he held my hand and he said, "Mama, why don't you do something? You are with Jane Goodall. You can do something." And I was like, "Hello, what can I do? Nobody ever told me anything about ocean. I was that kid who read everything, but I never read about ocean. I was growing up, schools in India. I just can't remember any moment anybody ever spoke to me about ocean. Yet, we have a longest coastline in the country, but no one talks about ocean. We live close to the ocean, we don't talk about ocean. We live far from the ocean, we don't talk about ocean. And that too, when this is the most important and defining part of our earth. I call it heart. Because if there is no ocean, there is no life on the planet. So what we did, I dig deep, I did a lot of research, and that came up with our ocean literacy program, which is called Oceans Are Us, and with the tagline, open your heart and let the ocean in. In last year, we launched our pilot program, and thankfully we had a lot of resources we managed to pull together, and we introduced this program in the schools in Mumbai, Mandvi, Kutch, Pondicherry, and also in the landlocked areas of Varanasi and Ayodhya with River Ganges and Saryu, and this is how we connected rivers to the ocean. You see this particular picture with coral which says community is a key. And this is what we are trying to build with the like-minded people, those who care for planet. I think everyone cares for the planet. If we say industrialists, they don't care, probably they're driven by the business, but at the core, they are all humans and everyone cares. So one thing we desperately need, not to get into the despair, what Dominique was mentioning, that if we talk to the children too much about climate change, too much about horrors of the climate change, we are not doing good. We must not do that. Rather, what we need to do is to engage, give them the right tools, and they have solution. They are so empowered with the knowledge at the moment. What we need to do is just to give them the right tools and right techniques, and you will see amazing innovations. We came up with a resource, wonderful resource, because we had nothing. And this resource includes a handbook, which everyone can use. We have activity packs, we have board games, we have 2 amazing books written by my colleagues, Lubana and Katie, Coral Woman, and about mangroves, Ishan's Treasure. Then, that was ocean, and I have a limited time. So again, back to the land. What do we do with some of them, those who want to do more with the land? So we are coming up with this program, which is called Rewild Your School. It really empowers teachers with the tools. It has an action plan, which has all the elements to get into the wilderness in your little community, as one of the recommendations was there, that it's difficult to go on a field trip. But if you have the right tool, the little area, whatever you have, even in a classroom with a pot and a plant, you can come up with exciting projects to do and connect yourself again with the wilderness of our beautiful planet. So, are you ready to make a difference? This is what I would ask you. And if you're really feel inspired after what I told you, I would really welcome you to join us in co-creating a better world together. Thank you.
Thank you for that. It was really interesting to hear how you were inspired, and it sounds like you've developed some fantastic resources for teachers, so yeah, hopefully take advantage of those. So next and finally, we're going to hear from Gaurav Shuri, who is a sustainability professional and academic at Swaraj. He is an architect by qualification and has 18 years experience in the sustainability sector and domain. From green rating development, consultancy to school and university level education and awareness on sustainability and climate action. He's actually trained over 30,000 people in sustainable buildings. That's amazing, well done. Energy efficiency and national codes and standards around greening. He's also authored several articles, chapters to books and peer-reviewed journals. So over to yourself.
Thank you, Helena. Just going to bring the presentation up. Thank you, great. I have much to share, much little time. But thank you for the opportunity and warm welcome to all of you. How many of you are aware that the earth is only blue to human beings? Did you know this? Did you know that the earth only appears blue to the human visible spectrum? You didn't, right? Good, so we're hoping to weave more such facts so that we get sensitive to other creatures as well. I'm here to present on CBSE Shunya. And today morning when I was sitting, I was very nervous. I was sitting in the audience and listening to Dominic, and I was like, oh my God, Cambridge has done such amazing research and it's so in-depth, and I wonder what it's going to kind of forebode for us, so to speak. But what is exciting is that CBSE Shunya, the framework for assessment of sustainable schools, is so perfectly aligned with the findings of the Cambridge research report that I kind of sat relaxed in the audience once I started listening to all the recommendations. So I'm going to quickly dive into this. We've worked with a lot of schools in the past, unfortunately some of the best ones. That's not where we would like to work. We would like to work in the Anganwadis. We just started doing that a little before the lockdown. When we asked teachers, students, what do they want to do when they grow up? What do they want to be when they grow up? These are the kind of answers that we receive. And if we ask students in the same breath, in the same exercise, what do you need for a sustainable planet? Then they enlist this. Can you see that there's no connection between the two? They realize that quite quickly. So again, I won't get into this. You can take a copy of this PPT if you would like. My organization works on reviving faith in traditional knowledge as a means to sustainability action. We very strongly feel that it's unfair to say that the global community needs to take action. 62% of India lives in rural areas and tribal areas. 59% of Africa lives in rural areas and tribal areas. And I promise you, I have seen these places. Those people live completely in harmony with nature. They would lay their lives down before something happened to nature around them, without blinking an eyelid. So I kind of disagree that you need quality education. You need education, but you also need absorption of traditional knowledge and intergenerational knowledge transfer so that the local traditional knowledge is validated. Because to a great extent, we stand invalidated as local people, right? So that's something that we are very strongly kind of proposing and propagating. Now, of course, CBSE, the potential is huge. It's 28,000 plus schools across the country. And we got this opportunity to kind of put together a team. I'm a faculty at the School of Planning and Architecture. You might have heard of it. We put together a team of about 13 people, including other school teachers and school principals as well, to try and come up with a framework that can be by the students, of the students, for the students. I also have a very interesting story to tell. We were making a presentation on CBSE Shunya and what the potential is to the then chairperson of CBSE. And we said that I think you should exclude teachers from all of this. And they said, we fully agree. I was like, why would you say that? And they said, well, because as soon as you bring teachers into the picture, the system gets corrupted. I was like, why would you say that? He said, well, because I'm a teacher. He said, well, think about it. As soon as we involve you into the picture, especially if it's competitive, you will try your level best to make your institute win. Whereas if you keep the teachers out and ask the students to assess their school, they will tell you the God honest truth and tell you that ye nahi kaam karta, ye nahi kaam karta, ye nahi kaam karta, so on and so forth. And that will be the foundation on which we can then build, because this is not a one-time assessment, it's an ongoing assessment, right? So the vision was local green school assessment framework, unique approach and flavor for students, connect assessment system with existing parts of the curriculum. We've got to tell you this, CBSE curriculum based on the NCERT books is great, provided you can give it context. So I'm going to resonate what Ashish was saying. The content is terrific, the context sucks. If you change the context and give it a context of climate, it's fabulous. We'll show you how we did that. So there's lots of other green schools rating systems across the world. This is not the first one. There's Griha in India. I was one of the founding team members of the Griha rating system. There's IGBC that's doing great work. There's Hong Kong Green School Assessment, CSC. CBSE, NCERT has something called Tags, Towards the Green School, which is a fabulous book. It's really amazing. It was again developed by, I think Joyce mentioned the Center for Environmental Education. Fabulous book. You guys have to see it. All this is for free download and it's available on the internet. So these are all the ones that already exist. I'll go through this. SWOT analysis. We did a SWOT analysis. Sorry? No, that was the framework that we work with. Bhasha Bhojan, Desh Bhavan Bhajan. Not important. You can take my PPT. Yeah, great. Okay. In PPT format. All right. So SWOT analysis. We did a SWOT analysis and we realized that in most of these green school assessment frameworks, what's missing is the pedagogical approach. And what is missing is very strong integration of students in doing the assessment. Most of these frameworks rely on experts coming in, such as myself, and then coming in with very fancy audit equipment, and then making a report and presenting it to the decision makers or the principal. Students are completely bypassed, so we didn't want to do that. What could we create? A service-oriented, positive flow rating system. So I have to tell you this. I'm voicing my personal opinion. Net zero is a hoax. Net zero is a hoax because it relies on the fact that you consume as much energy as you want and then kind of offset it with solar photovoltaics. Whereas we have schools in India that don't consume any energy. So we thought, why don't we go towards a zero system, kind of like what Cambridge proposed, Cambridge zero rather than net zero. Net is a very convenient way of kind of, you know, passing the buck on to renewable energy systems. And I'll come to why I'm saying that. Hyper-regional best practices. I'm telling you the best pool of pedagogical interventions in climate action are already there amongst you. They need to be crowdsourced. We are not really in a position to tell you what to do. There are plenty of teachers who've done a fabulous job, and I think Dominique touched upon this aspect, that there were so many good examples. So CBSE Shunya also aspires to be a crowdsourcing platform where the best practices can be sourced from across the country. The concept was based on dharma, which basically means innate nature plus duty. It's quite a complex term. But basically what it means is that our duty lies not only to ourselves, but to all sentient beings. How do we make a system that incorporates that? So we divided into 3 stages. Education stage or the class level. How do you start climate action at the classroom level? Given Dominique's research findings that a large part of the learning happens within the classroom, there's nothing wrong with that. How can we spin that to create an assessment framework? So for example, you've studied the Pythagoras theorem, great, now why don't you apply it on a window and let's see how much daylight penetration is happening in your classroom. Khatam ho gayi baat. So you've taken a very simple concept and you've turned it into an audit methodology. Second happens when you collate all that data and bring it up to the school level. So it becomes school level data, campus level data. And then the third stage happens at the inter-school level. And we gave it another spin over here. We realized that one of the foremost value systems that the education system covertly gives to students is staunch individuality and competition. That's how I grew up. How can we flip that around? So one of the spins that we gave it was that under CBSE Shunya, ideally you should audit your neighbor's school, your neighboring school, and you should have that school win, not your own school. All right? And that itself is going to be a challenge because it's going to require some rewiring of your mental framework. Sustainability starts with you. We also realize that it has to extend to the homes because if there's one unit, and we've encountered this a lot, we interview students, we work with a lot of students in schools on climate action and they say our biggest problem is going and convincing our parents because they say that nahi hota hai and all that stuff. So there's a lot of integration that's required over there. Thinking in systems was obvious. I won't get into all this. Closing the loop. So ultimate concept was how do we close the loop on all resource consumption and try and see how can the school be a generator of resource so it's a resource positive campus rather than a consuming campus. Yeah, this is also important, right? Like most of you have heard the term net zero, but do you know that there's net zero operational energy, embodied energy, site energy, source energy, life cycle net zero energy? Then there's similarly net zero embodied water, net zero operational water, net zero site water. All these have very different terms. And the toughest ones to achieve are net zero life cycle water and net zero life cycle energy, because they include energy and water that is consumed at a stage where you don't even see it. For example, in the production of clothing. You don't see it in front of you, but it happens, and you're all aware of this. From the nods. Okay. All right, the race to Shunya. So the idea was never has getting a zero been so much fun. Or zero and beyond. So we were trying to kind of give it a spin that you actually have to aspire for a zero in this case, right? Green school campuses, we all know this, that all buildings and human settlements consume energy, and the only thing that they generate is waste. How can we turn that around? Biodiversity, well-being, comfort, and culture. So these are the four broad themes that we identified. Comfort includes energy consumption, water, waste, and so on and so forth. Well-being, indoor environmental quality, outdoor environmental quality, biodiversity, and culture. We did give it a slight scientific spin in the sense that we did want to introduce students to basic audit equipment and stuff, but stuff that's very over the counter. It's not something that you have to place an order for and sit like, in SPA, if I have to order one of these equipments, I have to go through this requisitioning framework, which is like months long. This kind of stuff you can buy over the shelf on Amazon, and the students can then use it to kind of measure the performance of their school. This is a suggestive list. Now, we did take inspiration from the Wells checklist, which was developed in Canada by an architect over there, and this was a regeneration-based checklist. So if you see how you get scored on this checklist, it's like pollutes air, cleans air, pollutes water, cleans water, wastes rainwater, stores rainwater, right? It's freely available on the internet, the Wells checklist. And the idea was to try and create a resource-positive campus, like I said. Also, this is very important that normally when we speak about sustainable campuses, most of you would think that a sustainable campus is one that has rainwater harvesting and solar photovoltaics. That's not true. That's supply-side management. The first thing is to reduce demand, which comes through Modi ji's life mission, which is sustainable lifestyles. So the idea was to try and focus maximum on demand-side management and then naturally cover the gap with supply-side management. So this is what we did. We sat and read through the entire NCERT curriculum, all the books, and went through chapter by chapter to identify which chapter would work in energy, which chapter would work for water. Even if they were not direct references and they were indirect references, we took those as well, only to find out that CBSE had already done this exercise 2 years before us. They had also published a book on it. So once we had done this entire exercise, they were like, wow, this is so good. This is like what we had done. Here, read this. And I was like, have you read it? Oh, no, the person who prepared it got transferred. So anyways, it wasn't in futility because the TLMs that we are creating are coming from this entire framework. So this is to give you a sample that class 6th will also do the assessment, class 7th will also do it, class 8th will also do it. They'll do it at their level. And as you grow and as you age and as you get exposed to more and more complex concepts, you will get involved. It doesn't matter what stream you're from. This is a very conventional kind of framework, but it doesn't matter whether you're science, commerce, or arts, or mixing up the entire thing. You'll still be able to use various parts of your learning to come up with some format of the audit or not. Again, geography, physics, chemistry, we went through all that. So this is just a sample of what we did for example, indoor comfort systems, thermal comfort in buildings, thermal comfort systems, how to audit them, what to do, and the result was CBSE Shunya, the audit towards green schools. Schools help understand and nurture youth action for environment is the full form of Shunya. So that's the checklist that we've prepared, and the idea is to try and bring this all onto an online dashboard. The idea behind the dashboard was whatever information the students collect of their neighboring schools or their own schools. By the way, we will launch with our own schools only and not neighboring schools. We got feedback on that as well. The idea was to immediately upload all that information onto a national dashboard so that students could immediately see what is the performance of the schools in their region, not necessarily compare a school in Chennai to a school in Delhi. It makes no sense to make that comparison. The climate zones are different, right? The context is completely different. But also look at what are the best practices that are uploaded from teachers as well as students across the country. So these are some proposed sample ideas. We are still developing this. This is not developed. And these are the people behind the system. So the then chairperson, Mr. Manoj Ahuja, had given us the go-ahead. Emmanuel sir, of course, big thanks to Dr. Shweta Singh and Professor Girish Chaudhary, who guided the entire thing. And Sadhna Bhalla ma'am, Anuradha Joshi and Vidhu Narayan were the people who actually kind of pushed that this thing should get done, because when this project started, it was during the lockdown. If you remember, March 25th, I think we went into lockdown, and about 10-15 days later, we got this exercise to do. And the development team, of course, is written over here, along with the experts who worked on it. Questions? Thank you very much. Yikes, I took 14 minutes. I am so sorry.
Thank you for that, and I love your honesty when presenting. It's great. So we've got a little bit of time, not as much time as we hope, but no, thank you so much to the speakers for their fascinating presentations. We've got a little bit of time for questions from yourselves in the audience, but also people that have joined virtually. So I think we've got some roaming mics, but if you could raise your hand if you have got a question, and then if you can please say which school or organisation you are from and your name as well, that would be great. So are there any questions? Who's going to be brave? Any questions? There's one there. Yeah, the lady in the white jacket.
This is Swarna from St. Xavier's High School, Ghaziabad. I just have a question. Then in many of your slides and PPTs, you have already mentioned, as per your surveys and all, that it is always the lengthy curriculum that teachers are struggling with, because of which we are not able to practically implement everything that we are discussing over here. It is difficult. So is CBSE or the experts sitting here doing something for that too?
Yes, I will take that. So our first pitch when we were speaking to the CBSE was to understand this fundamental fact that because I'm a teacher myself, I don't want any additional work. Zero. I am only going to deliver my lesson in class to the best of my ability, and I have good ability. After that, how the student interprets it into the framework Shunya is up to the student. So even the conceptualization of the national and the regional and the national conferences that we are thinking about conducting, there will be no teachers involved. Students will have to host it. Students will host other students. God alone knows how it's going to happen. But that's the whole idea. The idea was not to burden the teachers. Like we started with this pitch that there is going to be no burdening of teachers whatsoever. Because the first thing that happens is that some teacher is caught in the school and told, "Acha chalo, ab tum spearhead karo." Right? And then she doesn't know how she's going to, or he doesn't know how he's going to manage the whole thing. So please rest assured that don't worry about that.
Good afternoon, sir. I'm very happy to inform you that I represent the Assam board, and we have 3,000 schools around Assam. And I'm very happy that Sir has mentioned about Jadhav Payeng, who has created an environment for our forest. And just I want a little example. Another person, this Purnima Devi Pathak, he has been also awarded the UNESCO award for environmental support, this team. I just want to explain that how we have used the Jadhav Payeng's name to our students. Suppose this forest, his self-creation forest is around this Majuli and other districts. All our schools under our board, the students generally, they have one field trips to the schools, and he had been invited like this way. Another person example, Uddhav Bharali. He has been also awarded Padma Shri, also known for this. So I just want to explain, just a little suggestion, just we have little creation, just Jadhav Payeng creation, Purnima Devi Pathak creations, as a Uddhav Bharali creation, as an example, as a just self-study or self-learning process. Like this way, another board in CBSE and another big schools, if such kind of thing will develop, I hope many students will be enlightened. This we have been doing. Thank you very much.
I think, yeah, the lady there and then the gentleman.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Varsha Kokil from Pune. It's wonderful listening to all of you, and we are thankful for the same. I would like to share that 2 years after reading the document of United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, out of 17, we have shortlisted 11, and we are trying to orient our children by mapping it with our curriculum. It was a tough job to start with. It is a great journey, but we are doing it our bit, little bit, what we can. But the problem we are facing is now, after orientation, the targets are really 2030, and targets are very difficult to achieve. We know that, we are aware of that. But we need some help through the teachers. How do we reach out to the parents, and how do we go ahead with the students? Orienting this young generation, making them understand about this SDG is very, very important. So after mapping the curriculum, though it's not exhaustively mapped, but we are addressing at least 11 goals. So what do you suggest? How do we go about? In each one of you, I see that you are addressing a lot of things. So how do we go about it? It's tough, I understand.
Okay, thank you. Who would like to take that question? And then apologies to the gentleman there.
So firstly, thank you for doing what you've done. Because again, in what we are aspiring to do, we look forward to people such as yourself sharing these experiences with everybody across the country so that people can come up to the standard that you're aspiring to hit as well. I think there's something in what Ashish launched today. I hate to be brutal about this, but if Cambridge has developed it, we tend to trust it more, right? And I mean, I show Cambridge studies for global energy flows all the time. And the reason why people trust it is because it's Cambridge. So I think that such tools can help in you convincing parents. But it is a long journey. I mean, the parents have to constantly be sent messages. So yeah, we should connect and see what we can do together. Yeah.
Great. Ashish, do you want to respond to the gentleman?
So, I just add my 2 cents to what Gaurav said. So I think I agree, first of all, it's a long journey.
If you just hold the mic to you.
It is definitely a long journey. And the point that I made, it is an ecosystem play, right? And Gaurav, just adding to the earlier answer that you gave, I think the role of a teacher will remain important in any and every aspect of it. That's what my personal belief is. Maybe my wife is a teacher because I say that. But the whole point is that maybe the role of a mentor, it's not cliche, but then it's really, really important. So how do we take small steps, ma'am, together with different organizations, fulfilling different, not one organization will be able to fulfill everything. That's the whole point I'm trying to make. And just to get back to your point, sir, thank you so much for mentioning this. And I think I agree with you. It's in a way ironic that I only got to know personally about this story when I started to work in the climate space. But we should definitely, all of us, look at more and more inspirational stories, and it becomes easier for all of us to implement and be aware. So thank you so much for mentioning that point.
We have a question virtually. Sorry, I'm just going to take a virtual question to the panel. Yes, of course.
I think also technology is something that we haven't really discussed here. Obviously, this is a different case, but to the lady who's saying, how do you get the message across? Actually, probably students and the younger generation are much more tech savvy. They've probably got everything that they need in terms of getting to know each other. Like you said, Gaurav, trying to or host other students. Use technology in a responsible way to get the message across, to get the collective action together. And like Ashish was saying, we're not supposed to do everything by ourselves. We would waste time, we would not have enough time, and we'd probably kill ourselves in doing so. But then that's where the partnership and the collective action is needed.
This is a more, probably a lot of colleagues here from Delhi will relate to this. This question is from our live chat. How can we teach our children about the harm caused by stubble burning as children see their parents doing all this in their fields and they are told that it increases the fertility? I don't know who among you will want to take that, but please.
Can any of you in the audience tell me when stubble burning started in India? After the Green Revolution, which was when? That's right. 1969, my aunt got married, moved to Punjab. They're from a farming family. The seed for rice changed, and they were to start burning stubble. Right? Now, stubble burning has been happening since then. Nothing happened to Delhi. So personally, I think Delhi needs to take responsibility for the vehicular emissions that are happening over here and the industrial emissions that are happening over here. Only the Rocky Mountain Institute so far has had the sense and the courage to publish a newspaper articles on this. Nobody else speaks about it. I think that you need to look at both these aspects because there's a lot of work that's already happening on stubble burning. There's a lot of, I know from the building sector at least, there are a lot of these special blocks that are getting created with all the waste that is taken from these fields without stubble burning. So there's a lot of action happening over there, but I don't think we should focus our attention only on that, but look at addressing it as a whole and what we can impact and take responsibility for. And I think with the government's mission on the year of the millet, we can start also seeing how we can shift our dependency on fancy varieties of rice and start looking at what are the regional varieties that can then replace rice completely, hopefully in the long run, in areas that is not gifted with high rainfall, right? So I think it's a slightly more holistic answer.
Yeah. So here I would like to bring another perspective to the challenges with Delhi faces. It has to do a lot with our geographical positioning, which is Himalayas. And I would encourage everyone to just dig a little deeper into the geography. Geography plays such an important role here, along with the human-made various pollutants which are responsible for that. So there are various components. We should not blame one particular component for the problems which we are facing. It's a collective problem. I would say even climate change is a pollution problem. It is a fossil fuel pollution. So we need to understand that what happens, like with the climate change, it's like putting one blanket on, then other on, then other on. Same with Delhi. It serves as a cone with the Himalaya on the other side, and with the cold weather, every same year, same problem. So we have to come together as collective and take ownership and responsibility, understanding the various pollutants which are there because of us humans. Thank you.
Sorry, just one more thing I wanted to add. How many of you remember the lockdown? That was a trick question. Now, you remember that the air got clean, the skies turned blue. Stubble burning, by the way, didn't stop. Yeah. But it didn't impact us. Yeah. Right? So just food for thought. Maybe it's not all as we think it is.
And please don't blame Himalayas for that, because it's a lot more complicated with the climate change, and it's really important to understand the role of the ocean and Himalayas, because no other country and the geographical space on the whole planet has the same two things. India is on a very, very critical point in terms of geography and climate change, because studies have not been done what Bay of Bengal, Arabian Sea, and Himalayas all together come together. What will happen, we don't know. So, a food for thought. Thank you.
Thank you. And unfortunately, we're going to have to sort of close the session now, so we've run out of time.
Excuse me, ma'am. May I, please?
Sorry.
Good afternoon to all. I am Dr. Lalit Chaurasia. I'm basically, my school is located 50 kilometers far from Prayagraj Junction. We are in deep rural background. 5 to 6 years ago, I want to share one incident happened near my school. We were in, as I said, my school in rural areas. So a vast amount of trees is found near my school. 5 to 6 years back, a government plan came down to make a new railway line. And for that plan, more than 1,000 trees, heavy trees, you can say old trees were cut. My students of Eco Club, along with the teacher, they went to Chief Development Officer, the district magistrate, and finally we sent our letter to Chief Minister. But they were not, I think they have not seen our letter, the request, and 1,000 trees were cut. I want to ask you, how do you see this matter? What is your perspective regarding not listening the students, or definitely this sustainability and green pedagogy and all?
Is there anyone that can answer that? Yeah.
Okay, sorry, very quickly. Blame the game, not the player.
Yes.
I hope that makes sense.
Yeah, thank
गेम
you.
बदलनी पड़ेगी. हम लोग यहाँ पे इसीलिए बैठे हैं क्योंकि हम गेम बदलना चाहते हैं, प्लेयर्स को नहीं, क्योंकि प्लेयर्स उसी शिक्षा प्रणाली से निकले हैं जिससे हम निकले हैं. और हम लोगों को डेवलपमेंट का डेफिनेशन बहुत मायोपिकली दिखता है, right? So to be able to transform the idea and the notion of development, as has been propounded by A.F. Schumacher and Mahatma Gandhi and so many other people in the past, it's going to take time. So I think we shouldn't blame individuals, but try and transform the curriculum, which we are doing very well right now. So
Okay,
there's
well,
hope.
thank you for
Just
that.
like,
Sorry.
just to say what he said, it's like each one of us be the change maker, be the bridge builder, be the trailblazer. So that's what we take forward from here.
Yes. Great round of applause, please, for the panel and to yourselves. And thank you so much for listening. The panel will be around at lunch, I think, if you've got other questions. But thank you so much and enjoy the rest of the day.
Thank you, Helena. Thank you to all the panelists. It was indeed a thought-provoking session on fostering sustainable practices in education. I hope all of you have enjoyed the first part of the conference. We'll take a pause here. It's time to refuel, relax, and catch up with your peers, friends, and colleagues. We break now for lunch, and our on-ground staff will guide everyone to the Charbagh for lunch and a chance to network. But before we head out, some quick instructions about the afternoon sessions. Post-lunch, we have 2 simultaneous sessions. Firstly, a closed session tailored for state board officials and representatives from CBSE Center of Excellence. This will take place in the VC suite on the 2nd floor. We have colleagues at the registration desk to guide you in case of help. Simultaneously, we will have breakout session workshops focusing on various topics like curriculum and pedagogy, improving life skills instructions in schools, enhancing leadership skills in schools, sports and arts integration, nurturing interconnectedness, compassion, and empathy. So all of you here
Should I just no. You need one more. Hi, good evening. One of you who's lost your spectacles. It was in the curriculum and pedagogy session. Anybody missing a spectacle? Not anybody here. Okay, if anybody comes looking for it, it's with one of us.
So once again, welcome back. As we approach the final leg of the conference, we invite you to the final session, Reflections and Wrap-Up, facilitated by Michael Holgate, Deputy Director of the British Council, and Rajendra Tripathi, Head of the Higher Education at the British Council. To commence this session, I would like to invite Michael to provide an overview of the day's proceedings. Michael, can we have you on the stage, please? Sure. So I would like to invite Michael, Raj, and then we also have with us a representative from each of the workshop to share highlights of the session. From the curriculum and pedagogy, can we have Ms. Neerja Moni? From improving life skills instructions in schools, can we have Aarti Jha? Enhancing leadership skills in schools, Ms. Jayanti Shashadri. Sports and arts integration, Ms. Anita Bijesh. And nurturing interconnectedness, Mr. Bishwadeep Dey. Can we have all of you on the stage, please? Michael, over to you. Yes. Can we just check if Michael is...
Now.
Yeah.
Great, okay, thanks very much. Thanks very much, Pinal. So, my name is Michael Holgate. I'm the Deputy Director for the British Council. And it falls to us, the 7 of us, will try to be as concise and as insightful as possible to summarize the session today. And I was thinking, I don't know if I look it, I'm feeling pretty exhausted today. And I was, somebody in one of the first sessions said about India's curriculum that it's a content-rich curriculum. And I was thinking today was a pretty content-rich day. It was it was filled with inputs. And my head is spinning a little bit. But just to remind us, why we're here. So we've called this conference, the British Council together with CBSE, to try to increase awareness and use of the professional development tools and the resources that are already accessible to educators, school administrators, and instructors that the British Council and the CBSE have worked on developing. We've called it to try to share knowledge and information about the UK's and also the British Council's education research initiatives and programs and projects. And finally, we've also called it to try to recognize and celebrate inspiring and successful initiatives that teachers and schools from across the country are running. So we've had a long day, goodness, it feels like more than a day. But thinking back to the morning, we started off with our plenary. We were joined by the Education Secretary, by our country director, Alison, who sort of gave their thoughts. We had the presentation of the scoping support by Cambridge. We launched that course in that really nice way with the plants. We then had the recommendations for strengthening pedagogy and assessment of practical teaching in classes. We had the session on exploring sustainability and green pedagogy practices in classrooms run by our colleague Helena. And then we broke into workshops. So we've had how many, we've had 5 or 6 workshops. We've had workshops on curriculum and pedagogy. We've had workshops on improving life skills, on enhancing leadership skills, on sports and arts integration in schools, on nurturing interconnectedness, compassion and empathy through ecosystem awareness. And then finally, we had one session that was looking at NEP implementation with the state boards. So we'll hear from some of these colleagues here who've taken part in these breakout sessions. For my part, I attended the state boards session. So we had colleagues from, I'm not sure, I would say 7 or 8 state boards from around the country and a colleague from CBSE. And we had a really interesting discussion about the implementation of NEP and some of the opportunities that provides and some of the challenges that they're all facing. And I thought Ben, who was facilitating the session at the end, summarized it really nicely, that the challenges and the opportunities sort of align with each other really well. For every opportunity comes with its challenges, but also every challenge can be seen as an opportunity. So, for example, we spoke a lot about the diversity of India and how the NEP, for example, provides a real opportunity to appreciate and celebrate that diversity more through, for example, the emphasis on mother tongue education and how that gives dignity and more opportunity to students, but also how that diversity comes with all sorts of challenges, with all the different, multi-departments and all the different states and all the different complex systems that are trying to work together. We spoke about, for example, the emphasis on vocationalization in the NEP and the opportunities that provides, but also some of the challenges in implementing that with, how do you match that with the supply and the demand of labor force needs in local communities? How do you make sure that that's relevant to future skills needs? We spoke about, for example, what colleagues felt was one of the best opportunities of the NEP, which is around competency-based education, how that provides real opportunity, but then some of the challenges around making sure that we have the capacity to deliver that through the capacity of teachers, making sure that teachers have the right skills, making sure that we have enough teachers. So I thought it was a really, really rich discussion. We've certainly come away with lots of actions for us to be working on together. But I'm sure that you've probably had equally stimulating discussions. So Raj, why don't you take us through the different workshops
Thanks, Michael. Well. I'm also reminded of my school days when it was the last period of the day, and the teacher was always looking at the last line, thinning out. So I'll try my best to sort of keep the interest and pace together at the end of this very, very comprehensive day that we've had. These breakout sessions were basically fallout of the work that we've done to curate this entire conference. And if you looked at the centerpiece of the conference is furthering innovation and sustainable education in schools. I think that's the sort of bedrock on which these 5 breakout sessions were planned. And we are going to hear from the people who've attended these sessions. They found what kind of experience and values they found and how they're going to use it. So I'm going to invite Nirja Muni, who's going to talk to us about the session which was on curriculum and pedagogy, assessment quality and assurance in schools. How do you see this session sort of enriching your perspective, and any 2 takeaways that you would like to share with us?
Right. So this session was taken by Ms. Dominique Slade, who talked about the scoping study in the morning from Cambridge that British Council had done. And she took those very points that she discussed with us in the morning and told us how to take it through and enhance it within the schools that we are in. So overall, the session was very interactive because we know that after lunch when we have a session, it's hard to stay awake. But she made us all do activities and enhanced each point through each activity. So key takeaways for me especially were that we have to connect subject to the experience. Otherwise, it's very pointless. So as much as possible, we must do that. Secondly, she talked about giving valuable feedback that becomes feed forward, which is, children use it in class and are able to learn from it rather than be disappointed by it. So I think those were my major takeaways.
Thank you, so much for articulating it so beautifully. I think it also talks about the value that you're creating in the classroom, and it all starts with a curriculum which is based on realistic principles and foundations. I'm going to turn it around to Aarti, who was part of the improving life skills instruction in schools with a focus on acquisition of core and transversal skills as well as computational thinking via coding. While I'm reading it, I'm getting winded. But I think you would be able to tell us in simple words, how did you find the session and anything that we can remember through the session to sort of take away the work that we've done?
Hi, everyone. Yes, it was the same expression for us as well, because it has started with the basic core skill, which we are very fond of. And we thought, okay, something of advanced level, there would be some discussion about. But then it was very interesting session led by Adrian Fenton and Sue Adams. And we had started with, like mapping why core skill couldn't be, for some it is doable and some it is not doable. And then we moved further towards, like how digital literacy, especially coding, is, there are a lot of confusion and misunderstanding related to coding, that it is a very hi-fi rocket science kind of thing. Not everybody can do it, and how coding could help us to develop our life skill. So the major takeaway was that coding is doable. It is not a hardcore, pure computational skill which required a lot of sciences. So as we learned about a few tricks and bits of microbit, and so these are some repository we have been, shown, and we had tried some hands-on experiment also doing, that coding and downloading the latest help to work upon. And then we also had talked about the digital literacy and the changes which are happening in the core skills, especially the core skill progressions. So all in all, it was a wonderful experience, because there were a lot of people who were already part of core skills training, and trainee plus trainees both were there. So it was lovely experience, discussions, and different perspective we have come across. And doing that coding for a short period was really very enriching, and we felt that we are going back, having something added to our learning. So it was great.
Brilliant. I think one thing that I could take away was that we are into a future-forward mode, and integration of technology and AI skills are going to be defining the future of our learning, processes as well as pedagogy. So, all these skills that you talked about are going to be very central in terms of how we take things forward. Moving ahead, I want to kind of go to a very important, another element of, the piece that we want to kind of define in today's workshop is about leadership. Today we talked about moving the needle in terms of, making way for new ways of working, futuristic, ways of pedagogy and techniques of learning. What is the, role of a leader? How do you see leadership? I'm going to talk to Jayanti to sort of spell out the key areas where she felt that two things that you can share with us in terms of the work that we can do forward.
Hi, good evening, everyone. So it was a privilege for me to be in a room filled with leaders and attend a workshop conducted by a very good leader himself, Mr. Rishikesh, who started the session with an activity which initially seemed very, okay, everyone does this. Like, we started with what are the qualities of a leader, and I said, all right, everyone knows about it. And then we went on to discussing about what are the obstacles that leaders face in achieving what our aims as leaders are. This led to a discussion on the obstacles, whether the obstacles are created by us or by others. And when we further went into the discussion, we realized that all of us, the obstacles that we were sharing, we were putting or pinning the blame on others. Meaning that unless others improve or others mend their ways or others do things according to us, we cannot be good leaders. That was a real eye-opening activity for us, because even I as a leader used to always blame others for my failure in leadership. This discussion led us to a discussion on the circle of influence versus the circle of concern. So our circle of concern is huge, but what we need to do as leaders is to increase our circle of influence. How do we do that? To move from blaming others to being proactive instead of reactive. We also discussed about how we will move from being managers to leaders and how we will focus not just on output but outcome. It was an eye-opener again for me that there is a big difference between an output and an outcome. An outcome is so much more than an output. And from moving from from manager to a leader. And finally, we wrapped up with a session on the purpose of education, which is not only building individual capacities, which is developing their critical thinking, creativity, out-of-the-box thinking and things like that, but also to develop their social capacities, which is developing their empathy, values, communication, collaboration. And we ended the session with discussion on different leadership styles. And we agreed that different situations, different contexts will need different styles of leadership. Yeah. I go home humbled. I used to think I was a very good leader, but I realized I'm just a very good manager. There are miles and miles to go before I sleep. Thank you.
Wonderful. Remembering Robert Frost as well. I think when we talk about leadership, there is no better way to understand leadership when you talk about sports. And we've seen that in our new policy, sports has become a very central piece in terms of defining learning outcomes, as well as how do you inculcate leadership qualities as well as team building and 21st century skills. So I've saved it the best for the last. I'm going to go to Bishwajit to talk about how does he see nurturing interconnectedness, compassion, empathy through ecosystem awareness across greens and blue for our planet. Any thoughts from you?
Yes, and first, Lubena, Shweta and Katie, thanks for taking me back to my school days and simplifying the instructions so beautifully. So what I realized after attending this session, that climate problems and climate crisis, like these are very complex. And I guess somewhere the approach towards climate education and environmental education is getting a bit apocalyptic. Like people are trying to scare each other, like something bad is going to happen to your life, something bad is going to happen to the planet. But I think Katie, Lubena and Shweta, they introduced how lessons could be simplified and how instructions could be like just, they can just begin right from how to connect and reconnect with nature and the planet. And I really love the concept of taking the planet as a whole, instead of calling the rainforests separate, the deserts separate, the marine ecosystem separate. Let's think about a one world concept, like where nothing goes out, everything stays. All the plastic waste, all the oil seepage, everything, it's there right on our planet. And there were some greater emphasis on studying case studies, and they had given the example of Dr. Jane Goodall and her phenomenal work in conservation. And maybe like that actually like brought to my mind the fact that even through British Council, can't we learn from each other? Like we have got so many schools, we have got so many educational institutions doing some remarkable work with sustainability, like environment conservation themselves. And maybe that can also be brought into and simplified into instructions that can be a starting point for climate solutions. Thank you.
Right. I think that's very well said. I mixed up the sessions. I think I wanted to invite Anita to talk about sports. So over to you.
So we had this session of integration of sports and arts into the curriculum. And the session was a very comprehensive and informative one by Ms. Purnima Ravi. So what we went through in the entire session was about how do we enhance the varied facets of, holistic development of a child. When you talk about it in terms of cognitive or social or emotional, physical and mental well-being, what we did in those activities was that, she was able to give us very deep insight into how we can bring about a non-threatening environment. So, through play or through activities which children enjoy, we're creating a very happy and exciting learning space. And you know that when you do that, children learn best. There is no fear of non-acceptance. They are overcoming stereotypes. So there was this beautiful photograph of, girls and boys sitting around and talking about football. Now, usually football is associated with boys, but this sort of, this kind of an activity where girls would also contribute is about overcoming stereotypes. So it was very beautifully done. And, it was just like what we were talking about in the session. We believe that, we live in an ecosystem where we are to have a symbiotic relationship with every element of the ecosystem. We all have ecosystems within ourselves. So if we are able to strike a balance between all of these, and that is when you have a very positive-minded, wonderful human being whom you are nurturing from grade nursery to grade 12 in our schools. So this is exactly what we saw, that how we can bring about an enhancement of every single skill that we're talking about, transversal, or whether it is anything to do with mind and body, all of it through this particular session.
Brilliant. I think, we should have a round of applause for the facilitators of these sessions as well. I mean, really, really well done job. And I'm sure, we've had some very, very useful inputs from the, people who attended these sessions. So I give it back to Michael for taking it forward.
Yeah, thanks very much, Raj. Yes, thank you so much to all of the facilitators who are, or all of the people who presented on the workshop. Thank you to all of the people who facilitated the workshops. Thank you to all of the speakers earlier on in the day as well. Yeah, I mean, it sounds like you've had such fruitful discussions and everything. It was interesting in the session we had. It was mentioned about, this was in the context of the challenges around teacher training, that you do a 3-day training for teachers, and you think you give them so much information and the teachers feel really enthused, but it's actually really difficult to put that training into practice. And I certainly know from my experience, the British Council sends us on training programs and we go along and it's so interesting and I feel so excited about, I'm going to do this differently and this differently and this differently. And it is actually really, really difficult to then put it into practice when you come back and you're sort of overwhelmed with your day-to-day work and everything. So I guess the question for me is, how can we actually, make sure that we are changing? We're all feeling very excited now about the new things we've learned and the new things we've discussed and the new ideas that we've been sharing. So how can we make sure that we're actually putting these into effect? So I think that's just maybe something we can be chewing over, and it would be great, the British Council would love to hear everyone's ideas on what more we can do to make sure that it's not just discussing and then going back to normal, but we're actually sort of making real lasting change. But yeah, I mean, it's been a really, really great day. Thank you again to everyone else who's been here in attendance, who's been speaking. Thank you so much, especially to everybody from CBSE, our partners. Thank you to the whole British Council team who's been putting this conference on. It's a huge amount of work, so thank you to all of you. I guess the one thought I'll just leave you with on behalf of the British Council, whether you're from governments or schools or different education agencies, is that we are here, we are committed to education, to strengthening education partnerships between India and the UK, specifically around climate education and trying to support better climate education and strengthening partnerships around environment, sustainability, and climate education. And we're here to work with all of you, and we'd love to hear your thoughts on what more we can do to work with you. And we're really looking forward to taking these partnerships forward with you. We're really hoping that this event with CBSE can be turned into a more regular, maybe an annual conference where we can all get together like we've done this year and share our ideas and our learnings and our experience, so that we can all get better at doing what we're trying to do, which is, provide education to future generations. So I'll leave it there. Thank you again so much, and we'll see you all, I hope, tomorrow, bright and early. I'm not sure what time we're starting, 9:30?
This evening as well.
Yeah, and for some of you this evening as well, for the reception. Pinal?
Sure. Thank you, Michael. Thank you, Raj. And thank you, everyone. Thank you so much for guiding us through that reflective sessions. I hope all of you enjoyed the sessions and the complete conference day thoroughly. With this, we officially close day 1 of the conference. A heartfelt thank you to all the participants for contributing to this enriching day, and we eagerly anticipate your continued engagement tomorrow, which is day 2 of the conference. Before that, as Michael and Raj mentioned, we look forward to having you at our reception. We will start somewhere in between 6:30 to 7. So we look forward to your continued participation in the reception as well. A special acknowledgement to all our virtual audience for being with us throughout the day. As we close, just one instruction for all the face-to-face participants. We will be giving a 2-day conference e-certificate. So as you move out, please enter your name in capital so that there's no spelling mistake at the registration desk. Our colleagues at the registration desk will help you out. And with this, we will now bring day 1 to a close. Thank you so much. Thank you.